Okay.
All
We're good
right.
to go, Chair Perez.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the June 16th regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Ventura County Community College District. And that brings us to item 1.02, public comments for closed session. Do we have any? We don't have any comments. We've not received any, sorry. So that takes us to item 2, which is closed session for conference with labor negotiators, AFT and SEIU, and public employee discipline, dismissal, and release. With that, we welcome everyone back to our reconvening of this meeting at 6:30. And do we leave the meeting right now?
I will assign you to the breakout room in closed session.
Okay, very good. All right. See you everyone later. Hello, everyone. Are we ready to start? Hello, everyone. Are we ready to start?
Everyone's here, Trustee Perez.
Okay, are we ready to go then, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good evening and/or welcome back, people, to the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees for the Ventura County Community College District for Tuesday, June 16th. We'll begin with item 3.01, report of action in closed session. There is no action to report, which brings us to item 3.02, pledge to the flag. And is our student trustee-elect Ashley Gonzalez with us at the moment to lead us? I don't hear her. Ashley, are you there?
She's here. She just needs to unmute herself.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, okay. Hello. Would you like to lead us? Welcome. Would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Oh, okay. Okay. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready?
All right.
Begin. I pledge
Pledge
allegiance
allegiance to the flag of
of
the
the
United States of America.
and to the republic
Republic
for which it stands, one nation, under
under
God,
God,
indivisible.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you. Item 303, Chancellor's recommendation of the agenda. Chancellor? Where is our Chancellor?
Now we're good. I
Okay.
could be unmuted by the host.
All
So,
right.
yes, the agenda has been reviewed through District Consultation Council and is presented without constituent objection except for one item, which is 1803. And AFT objects to this particular position on the use of funds for this purpose.
Thank you. Item 304, changes to the agenda. We have one change, and that is that item 17.14, action to approve award of bid 607 for Ventura College Math Science Building, HVAC replacement project. That item has been pulled, so we will not be acting on that tonight. Item 401, acknowledgement of new employees. Chancellor?
Yes, we have three new classified employees. We have Shirley Ruiz, Assistive Computer Technology at Ventura College, Dalia Guerrero, Administrative Assistant Bilingual Oxnard College, and Serene Wallace, Marketing and Communications Supervisor at the District Administrative Center. So welcome to our new employees.
Thank you, and on behalf of the Board of Trustees, we welcome them as well. Item 402, recognition of Ventura County Community College District retirees. Again, Chancellor, I'll look to you.
Yes, we have two retirees this board meeting. Judy MacArthur, Oxnard College, counselor, began district service November 1979. Donna Scott, Moore Park College, instructional lab tech in ceramics, who began in November of 1997. So I'd like to thank both those employees for their many years of work in the district.
And we wish them all the best in the new chapter of their life and any future endeavors. Okay, 403, swearing in and seating of student member Ashley Gonzalez. Ashley, if you can unmute yourself. And do you have a copy of the oath of office with you?
Yes,
You
I
can-
do.
Okay, then you can repeat after me. I, and say your name, Ashley Gonzalez,
I, Ashley Gonzalez,
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
do solemnly swear that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely and without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely and without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
All right, well done, and welcome officially to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you.
And real quickly, do any other trustees have any words of welcome? If not, then
I was
Chair.
just going to say
I'm-
welcome. Go ahead, Trustee Torres.
Ashley, I had the opportunity to meet you during the distribution of the lawn signs at Oxnard College, and it is such a wonderful treat to have you here, to have you as a student of color, to be representing all of the student constituents really at the college.
oh,
And so we feel, oh, and so we feel super happy that you're joining us and to be able to bring the perspective and the voice of the students. And for us as a board, it's such a joy to be able to have you here. So welcome, and anything that you need from all 5 of us, we're happy to be able to be of support and guidance. And thank you for being willing to step up and to say yes and to be able to be here and do this wonderful, great work. So welcome, and thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. I appreciate it so much.
Trustee McKay.
I think Gabby said it all for us. You know, it's just having the student perspective is always so important for us. And I hope you're able to participate in the student trustee workshop, even though it's going to be like this. And unfortunately, you won't get to meet your other student trustees face to face, but hopefully you'll find some way to connect with them, because that's a really, really makes this a richer experience for you to connect with other student trustees. So welcome and have fun and learn a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. 502, student reports. We did receive a written report from Moore Park College. Are there any student reps online here for this meeting?
5.01.
Hi, yes, I'm
Oh,
here
there
from
you
Moore
are,
Park
I'm
College.
sorry. Isabel, you had the written report, I'm sorry. But go ahead if you want to expand on that.
So not a whole lot has been going on, but we were recently sworn into office, and then President David Katz was actually able to attend a diversity Zoom sort of not seminar, but like a sort of meeting encompassing all of Moore Park College.
Great. Well, welcome to your role as
Thank
well. And thank you for participating live, and thank you for the written report also.
Chair Perez, real quick, 501 was in case Ashley had any report as well.
Thank you. My goodness. Pardon my faux pas there. Ashley?
Okay. I have heard from several students concerns about the fall semester. So I'm really looking forward to hearing the agenda update on the item 1003.
Okay, thank you.
And my name is.
You're welcome to offer those comments now, or you want to hold them to that report.
It was just about their concerns on certain majors and like music and being able to attend certain classes grounded.
Okay. All right, thank you. And who's that, Lorena?
Yes.
All right.
Hello, everyone. I'm Lorena Ortiz, and I am the OC Oxnard College ASG president, and we got sworn in on Monday. And typically we don't start until August, but our cabinet has been really on the move, and we held a town hall for Black Lives Matter. And we are working on Pride. Since it's Pride Month, we are working for another talk for Pride. So that's what's going on with Oxnard College so far.
Busy on some
Yes.
important areas. Thank you. Okay. Moving forward then to public comments. We did receive 2 by email by yesterday at 5 o'clock, and I'll read the first one. VCCCD has quietly changed over 95% of fall 2020 classes from in-person instruction to online instruction, and has not notified students that registered for classes in April and early May. It is outrageous that 100% of math courses have moved virtual. Courses can be taught with social distancing and proper prevention protocols. The district is taking the lazy way out to move fall 2020 instruction to virtual. Faculty who are immune compromised can teach virtual, but that should make up less than 15% of the courses. It was premature for the Chancellor of CSU and also the Chancellor of CCC, the State Chancellor, I'm guessing, to recommend that institutions move to virtual format for fall 2020. VCCCD has always been top in the California community colleges, but this decision moves them to the bottom. I am asking for the board to reconsider fall 2020 instruction and move to an 85% in-person instruction model. Our students deserve better than self-teaching for college level courses. Thank you, Kimbra Philbrook, Newberry Park. And the second public comment, on behalf of AFT Local 1828, we object to item 18.03. It's been described before. AFT objects to this item, stating another management position is not needed at the district and funds should be focused to address needs of academic programs and faculty at the campuses. And I'm sorry, the action item does read, to approve the establishment of an associate vice chancellor of strategic partnerships, enrollment, and advanced position at the district administrative center. That's it for the public comments. Takes us to college reports, so item 701, academic senate. Eric Reese, are you somewhere on the grid here?
At least my background's off the grid, but yes,
there you go.
I'm ready. I'm here.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. I look forward to working with all of you to provide the best possible experience, no matter what the universe throws our way. It's certainly been challenging lately. And I just want to start with a very brief thank you to the former Senate President Nina Brown for her tireless dedication to supporting faculty and always keeping the students in focus and being so generous with her time to everyone, including myself. And another thank you before he leaves us, a current classified Senate President Gilbert Downs, for really educating me on the classified experiments. It's been incredibly informative, the treatment and their perspective. And he's definitely has a stronger influence than he realizes, touching so many people. So I still have a lot to learn, and I look forward to working with him through the rest of the month, and Linda starting in the next one. So one thing just to put on record, Nina might have mentioned this last time in passing, but the Senate unanimously approved the Moore Park College Participatory Governance Handbook, and has now been signed by all 4 presidents. That was a major effort, and among the many other things, it promotes the inclusivity at Moore Park College, making many student seats actually voting members. And a lot of the reaction was, what, they're not? Why are they not voting members now? So that was a good sign that the time had come. And much increased classified positions in many of the standing committees. So curriculum committee co-chairs and their team continue to work on distance education addenda to courses in consultation with disciplined faculty as part of the Chancellor's Office requirements for the blanket DE addenda. So that's work continuing over summer because Senate doesn't meet in summer and we're effectively off contract, but work is still getting done. In addition, over the summer, faculty continue to plan for the fall semester so that safety is maintained, but students can continue to progress on their professional and academic goals, right? And that's super important. So the most important thing I want to just mention is that faculty listened. Faculty listened to students, in fact. When we had a campus forum entitled Racial and Social Injustice, Your Student Voice Matters, and involved members of the Black Student Union, a veteran, and the Associated Student President. It was eye-opening and devastating. We followed that up, and I'm sure that will get discussed in other reports as well. We had a follow-up meeting with faculty and staff engaged in a follow-up conversation entitled Courageous Conversations, Racial and Social Injustice, where we tried to brainstorm. We talked about experiences and tried to start brainstorming ideas of what our next steps are going to be, right? It took us too long to get here. There's a lot of momentum. So there was a concerted effort to figure out how we can keep that going. And we have our own little microcosm on campus that we can work with. And that is what we're going to focus on. There'll be continuing efforts on that. The last thing I just want to say is a big thank you to staff, to administrators, to the Board of Trustees, to faculty, which is my end, for helping us get through that really tough semester. So I will stick largely with faculty because that's my role. I really hope the faculty are receiving some much needed and well-deserved rest after such a challenging semester. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Clark.
Hey, Chair, before we move on.
Trustee Chancellor, go ahead.
For Dr. Reese, and it's a hybrid question for Dr. Reese, but also for Dr. Gillespie. As our role working with COVID-19, it's been a lot harder meeting with students as well, just because we're working behind screens also. If I could request on behalf of the board and chair, please feel free to correct me, but if we can get invites on any upcoming forums that occur through the summer and into the fall, I for one would really enjoy hearing from students, and that on the policy side, the things that we can do. So for the audience out there within the organization, any invites would be much appreciated.
That's easy to arrange.
Trustee Chance, go ahead, Trustee McKay.
I just wanted to say I did get invited. It was more because maybe I was already in a conversation, but I got to participate and listen in a lot of that student town hall is what they called it, and it was enlightening. It was heartbreaking. It was all of the things that Eric said. It makes me feel like we can't move fast enough to deal with some of these things. So I was really glad that it took place, and I was really happy to be able to hear it. So to your point, especially meetings like this where we can jump on and hear it, it was so informative and instructive, and to be able to hear it and see them speak about it, see the students speak about it even in this format was really, really moving. So thank you.
Okay, I received an invitation as well, and I just assumed the whole board received an invitation, and maybe they did to colleges closer to their district. But Trustee Chancellor, I think as I was listening to the new student reps introduce themselves, I think it's a great idea if we could attend one of their virtual meetings as well, just to get to know them at least over the screen. So we would look forward to an invitation, and I know Patty tries to stay on top of coordinating invitations for events on campus, and certainly let's have a focus on events student-centered as well. So thank you for that.
And I may have missed it. If I did, I apologize.
Yeah.
It's me, Trustee Torres. I don't know if you can see me in the gallery.
Okay.
Just, yeah, Greg, maybe Laura used to send us those at the time when we weren't in virtual or distance education. And maybe it could be something like that. She would just know, maybe the presidents would send information to her, and it was really helpful because she would send us all of the trustees different events or whatever was occurring. And then trustees were able to just join in. We would just let Laura know we're going to be stopping by. And so maybe just an idea, it can be maybe something like that. Now that this is starting to become a little bit more of a, I guess, normal in terms of the distance education, it can be something that moving forward, I know there's a lot of really good, I know there was town halls that took place at the different colleges that I became aware of after the fact, but it's okay because we're all learning, but definitely moving forward, maybe something that we receive the invitation. And Dr. Reese, I just wanted to thank you for sharing your heart and your passion because it was felt. And thank you because when I was reading the Academic Senate report and I saw that it was to address the racial and social injustice and your student voice matters and that immediacy and where we're at and what's occurring in our community, I was filled with joy to be able to see that. So I just wanted to just take this opportunity to also thank you and for sharing your heart and passion because it was definitely felt.
Okay, Dan.
Eric, did you want to say anything else, Eric? You had your hand up a little bit.
Yeah, just.
You know what? Let me make a quick comment to the group. It's tough to look for raised hands, so just shout out Chair Perez. Catch my attention that way. Okay.
All right, Chair Perez.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. So we can be sure to make sure on our end we can send invites, but we can also send you the links to the events that have happened if you want to listen to their stories. I think it's moving. We're going to recommend that for the faculty to listen to because there were a large faculty involvement, but more need to hear that story. So we'd be happy to share.
Okay. All right. Three's a charm, Dan.
All right. Thank you. I wanted to, again, welcome Eric. And since we were talking about this, I wanted to highlight that the ASVC and the Black Student Union is going to be having the Black Lives Matter student town hall on Thursday at noon. So if the trustees wanted to get a little bit of what the students are currently thinking about and listen to some of their conversation, that'll be happening. And I can send the Zoom link if you guys don't already have that. For Ventura faculty, we just wrapped up our 4-week session on Sunday, and that was successful and had pretty high enrollment. I think it was like 30% above last year's summer 4-week. We started our 6-week session yesterday. That also has increased enrollment. So faculty are busy in the summer. The rest of the faculty are on their well-deserved break, as Eric mentioned. With the exception of, we have a group of about 10 faculty who have been really taking the reins on our DE addendum. Like Moore Park has been doing. I wanted to highlight 2 faculty who have been kind of spearheading our efforts, Dorothy Farias and Chloe Branceforte. They're on the curriculum committee, and they've been kind of doing the lion's share of organization and kind of wrangling faculty who might be off contract or might just need a question or 2 answered. So that's kind of the main thing faculty have been focused on. Our VP of Academic Affairs, Jennifer Caspit-Getz, has been organizing some town halls where we've discussed how to approach some hard to convert classes to online. So those conversations are ongoing and those plans are coming along nicely. So that's my story from BC.
Thank you. Amy.
Hi all, nice to see your boxes here. I first like to welcome Ashley and Lorena. Really nice to see you there, and they're still smiling, so let's see if we can keep it that way. As you know, our Academic Senate doesn't meet over the summer, but I am still hard at work, as are many of the faculty as a result of some of the protests in the streets. We also had a town hall last Thursday on race and anti-racism. Many faculty participated. It was a large group. It was enlightening and powerful and has sort of sprung up all of these other small groups that are happening. So faculty are working sort of off contract because they know this is an important issue for our college. We're also creating flex workshops. I feel like I'm going to be very flexed out when we get back. Academic Senate focus on who we are, what we do for the college, working on new program review, online sort of elements, working on SLO development. We are, as faculty, helping to plan All College Day. Thank you, President Sanchez, for including faculty in on the discussion of All College Day. Hiring committees are still hard at work, hiring interim dean of CTE and full-time faculty in fire technology and full-time counseling position. We have a lot of moving parts happening. I also want to thank all of the district leadership as well as the college leadership for helping our dental cohorts move forward. Our senior students can be matriculated, so that means our junior cohort will advance and we'll have a new incoming class. We are one of the only few dental hygiene programs accepting a new incoming class, and that's because of all the hard work to get all of the supplies and all of the emergency protocols in place. So thank you for that. We also want to recognize our science faculty who are hard at work. Science is one of those challenges, I'm sure Dan can attest to that, for this virtual versus on ground, but we need some science labs at work so that our public safety and our dental cohorts can move forward. So science has been hard at work to get that organized. Our Fire Academy Computer Lab has been approved as a Pearson VUE testing center, so this is awesome for our community. And then finally, we're working on virtual OC Lives, and now it looks like we're going to be angled toward our theme of racism and anti-racism. We're going to roll out approximately two OC Lives with a bit of OC Diverse Voices feel over the course of the fall. So I think more to come. Trustee Chancellor, we promise you will get those invitations and those rollouts of the events. I think we have the attention of the community right now. So this is our time to, even though we can't be live events, we can be live online. The show must go online. That's my new theme. So that's what we're working on. More to come. Thank you for your time.
Amy, you know I'm a big fan of OC Live, so I was excited to learn of that news. I'm looking forward to the upcoming events then. So just in keeping with, before we continue with the college reports, I'm really, I mean, just as a member of the broader society, I'm really encouraged at the growing awareness and engagement of so many people throughout the nation around the issues of racism and Black Lives Matter and other issues that that for too long have needed to be addressed. And so having these courageous conversations, uncomfortable conversations at times, is really necessary at this time. I'm glad they're happening. So following up on the interest of the trustees to be invited to these kind of events and other events on campus, I mentioned earlier that Patty has done a good job of trying to make sure we get the invitations, and there's got to be an efficient process. So thank you for those that have said you'll make sure that we get the invitations, but I think there's a process that Patty Blair had set up some time back to make sure that there's a coordinated distribution of these invitations. And I'm going to put Patty Blair on the spot to speak to a little greater detail about a meeting that addressing the topic of racism and other issues that I had wanted to come up with a statement from the board. And so I've convened a meeting with representatives from the different colleges. And Patty, if you'll speak to that, because I know you've gotten the participants in line, and a little more about the details of that. And Trustee Torres will be participating as well.
So good evening, Board of Trustees. Yes, I have been working with Chair Perez, and we have convened a meeting that will be attended by Trustee Torres and Dr. Gillespie. And the meeting will be facilitated by Tim Fontanet from Oxnard College and Laura Barroso from the district office. And the purpose of the meeting is to follow up on all of the conversations that are happening at the campuses and to really move this to the board so the board can hear everyone's concerns. There will be a student, faculty, and classified representative from each college. So we are going to convene a conversation for action tomorrow at 3 o'clock. And Chair Perez has asked us to have this conversation so that we could further talk about these important issues and then bring it forward to the board for an additional conversation on June 23rd at that meeting.
Thank you, Patty. Okay, with that then we move to classified Senate presidents. And he's already been recognized, but Gilbert Downs, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you so much.
There you go.
So the week of the 18th was Classified Appreciation Week. And this is something that I typically, when we're on campus, put a lot of work into bringing in some incredible speakers and showing ways to appreciate our staff. But as we're virtual, I really kind of hit a brick wall on how to appropriately do this. And so I reached out to everyone I could to grab some ideas, and it ended up being one of the best weeks I've ever seen. We had fellow classified employees running exercise courses and stretching, and we had video messages from Chancellor Gillespie and President Sokunu, and we had special graphics designed by our incredible marketing team at the district office. And it was an incredible event. And what really touched me was so many of our supervisors and our managers reached out to people individually to let them know how they were valued. And I cannot tell you how touched so many people were. And it was a great way to celebrate this week when we're not together, but in many ways we felt like we were together. So I just want to thank everyone for their participation in that week. I wanted to touch a little bit on our racial and social injustice forums that we've had as of recent. They have been very well attended, and we've heard some incredible ideas coming out of them. Classified Senate has hosted 2 or 3 offshoots with the classified staff so far, and we're going to have another one this Thursday. And some really great conversations have happened. A lot of tears have been shed through each of these meetings. We have not been able to get through a meeting without several people crying over these issues because they're so passionate about this, and they want to make sure that our students feel supported and they feel valued, and we're doing everything we can to help. And so we have decided in our classified professional development committee to allot some of the small funding that we have to this particular issue for the next year. So we are looking forward to figuring out how best to utilize that funding. So that is going to be really great. I can't wait to see how that pans out. And I think with the passionate new group that's coming into Senate, they're going to be able to just run with this idea. To let you all know, as has been said earlier, this is my last regular meeting. I've been coming to the meetings for about 5 years now, and I just can't thank all of you enough for all of your support over the years. I've had some opportunities to chat or work with each and every one of you, and I have learned so much about everything that I do, and I want to really thank you all for that. It's meant the world to me. I will be focusing on my library work a bit more starting July 1. And one of the main things that I'm really excited about, if I could brag for just a second about what the library is doing, is in this environment where we are all remote, we are still continuing with our first year of the textbook lending program. And what we are doing is we're sending out the books via mail delivery. So the students do not need to come to campus. I receive all the orders and I mail the books out to them. And I can't tell you how appreciative the students have been to know that they're going to get a book in the mail so they can complete their courses. So that is going incredible. I'm so happy and thankful to do this work. And I know that our new Senate President, Linda Resendiz, is going to do an amazing job. And I hope I'll be able to join you again in the future. Thank you.
You're always welcome, Victor. Thank you. Amparo.
Good evening. So at Oxnard College, right now we're in the process of electing, we have 3 board members that are positions that are up. So we're in the process of, we just completed nominations and now we're going to be electing new officers. So I'm excited to see who's going to be joining our classified Senate board. I want to echo what Amy said and welcome Lorena and Ashley. You know, I've had the opportunity to work with both of you now on some hiring panels and committees, and I'm excited to see what you bring forward. You know, you always have such great input into our discussions, so welcome. Other than that, you know, we with the anti-racism and the social justice, I'm excited that, you know, not to jump around, but one of the things that Amy had mentioned before that we have completed is our new participatory governance manual. And with that, our professional development committee is going to be tri-chaired. And we just had a meeting today. We are discussing, you know, social justice and whatnot, and we're really going to collaborate. I'm fortunate that I'll be one of the tri-chairs for our professional development committee, and we'll be able to link that with our social justice work. And also we were selected for the Current Campus Initiative. So I think with all of those combined, we're going to be doing some great workshops, some great professional development, not just for classified, but for our entire Oxnard College family. Last week, I was able to participate along with a few of our other classified with the Summer Leadership Institute that was put on by 4CS, was very informative. And, you know, in the midst of all this, we still have a pandemic going on. So I just want to thank you to the Oxnard College administration. They are still keeping the whole, you know, pandemic on the forefront. We still continue to meet weekly and discuss, you know, how to best support our classified, to figure out what classified, you know, what the needs are. So thank you to that. And finally, before I leave, thank you to Gilbert. You know, Gilbert has definitely, he has been a wealth of knowledge. You know, he has he's the person I look to when I look at what other colleges are doing. I look to Gilbert. And Gilbert, you provided me with so much information. You answer my questions. In the middle of board meetings, I can text you and say, wait, what does that mean? Or what are they referring to? And you always have answers and you help me. And so, it's not going to be the same. I look forward to working with the new classified Senate board, but you will definitely be missed. So thank you.
Thank you. I didn't know I could have used Gilbert as a resource as well during the meetings. But Sebastian.
Gilbert is indeed a truly wonderful resource. Gilbert's a great friend. Gilbert's a great coworker, but will be truly missed at these board meetings. But I know that we'll continue to be in contact as we still work to support all the students in our district. And like I said, I know that Gil will continue to do great things for all of our students and for our whole community. So thank you, Gil. Obviously, Gilbert, to start out for your contributions over these years, and welcome, obviously, to our new student representatives. I hope this is an enriching experience for you. We at Ventura College have just been keeping busy. I apologize I didn't provide the board with a written report. We'll get into a habit of doing that starting in August, I promise. Just really quickly, we have been really focusing on professional development. We have our Caring Campus kickoff, our Caring Campus kickoff event scheduled for the end of this month with our Caring Campus coach. So we're looking forward to that. And even today, I had the opportunity to join a Guided Pathways call for the San Diego and Imperial County regions. And just to really, they called it a working office hour, and to really kind of strategize on what different areas are doing on engaging students in Guided Pathways. And so that work obviously continues as well. And yeah, we just look forward to getting ready for the new semester in the fall.
Thank you. And Laura Brower, let the record reflect Sebastian's promise for a written report in August. President's reports. Julius.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Chancellor Gillespie. Thank you so much for all that you do for our district. I want to again welcome Eric, Dr. Eric Reese, to the role of the Academic Senate President of Moorpark College. It is really a pleasure and an honor to have worked with Eric as a faculty member and then as his dean, and now in this role. He is a person of principle. He's not afraid to speak truth to power, and he clearly really values students. And so, as you will see and as you will hear from Eric, his passion comes from what is best for students and how we as a system and as an institution can better serve them. Thank you, Eric, for your work. I also want to use this opportunity to thank Gilbert. Gilbert has not only redefined for us at Moorpark College the role of the classified Senate President, but he's introduced certain language and certain terminology into our lexicon. We used to say classified staff, and now we say classified professionals. And a lot of that really has come from the way that Gilbert presents and represents the classified professionals on campus. Thank you so much for your work. Thank you so much for your ability to move things without being disruptive. And that is very graceful of you, and I appreciate that work, Gilbert, and we all do. And we will miss you. We know that you might have higher aspirations, but we know that you belong to us at Moorpark College, and we appreciate that. Everyone's spoken from the college about the impact of the town halls that we held. First, the one with the students that was co-sponsored by our ASMC, by our Veterans Resource Center, our Amend student chapter, as well as Academic Senate, Classified Senate. And again, from that conversation, and thank you so much to our trustee McKay for participating and joining us in that conversation. But from that conversation came 4 themes or 4 areas of exploration. Our students were very honest with us. They were forthright, but they also sort of raised the bar for us. And I think one of the benefits of having these kinds of conversations, and particularly now, is that we assume that, we are above certain things in our own community. And what our students are telling us is that we can do better. So here are the areas in which, from that student conversation and the subsequent faculty and staff conversation, we will focus on this coming year. The first piece that students asked us to look at and do better at is diversifying the curriculum. And our faculty, as Dr. Reese has mentioned, heard and are hearing, and they've already been doing great work, but now there's more of this push from students because they've given us a sense that they want texts, they want experiences that are culturally responsive and culturally sensitive, but they also want to see themselves in the work that is presented to them in the classroom. They also are asking that we diversify our faculty and our staff. A couple of the students who spoke called out faculty members by name who they see as advocates and mentors and support. And it was very powerful to hear that our students want connection, and they want connection for folks who look like them. And that's powerful. That's not to say that they don't get it elsewhere, but it's to say that that matters. Culturally responsive student support services, that was very important to our students. They called us out in terms of how we can make sure that everybody feels included in the classroom, but also outside of the classroom. And they acknowledged when we were doing the right thing and how we can build upon that. And the last piece was students talked to us about having a campus that is leading in issues of racial justice and addressing racial inequity. And they wanted to have students actively participate in that work and be at the table and defining that work. So we're really lucky as a college that we're beginning to integrate this into the professional development work that we're going to do for Flex Week or Professional Development Week this year. But beyond that, it's looking at how every part of the campus can do that work of making us better in addressing issues of inclusivity, addressing issues of rape, hate, and anti-racism. We also had this past weekend, Cloud Day, and Cloud Day is an activity that was sponsored by the California Cloud Workforce Organization. And this activity was had 10 breakout sessions. The breakout sessions had titles like Cloud Hackathon, Inspiring Online. And the Cloud Day is a partnership with LACCD, the Los Angeles County Community College District. It's an opportunity to introduce to our students and to the community the exciting and high-paying jobs in cloud technology. But it was also an opportunity for Moorpark College faculty on this virtual media that crosses the counties to share with them what Moorpark College has to offer in cybersecurity, in cloud instruction and technology. And so kudos to our faculty in CNSC, in computer science, and in cybersecurity faculty as well. On Friday, Juneteenth, Professor Tammy Coleman, English faculty member, and who's also a member of the Ventura County Anti-Racism Alliance, will be coordinating a webinar, basically a celebration of Juneteenth. And if you're not familiar with the notion of Juneteenth, Juneteenth is a acknowledgement and celebration of the end to slavery, but also for African Americans or Black Americans, it also is a marker of a riot in Tulsa that decimated a Black community there. And basically, this is a memorial to that and taking that experience and revising it. The Juneteenth experience will be virtually curated and it will be an exploration of Black culture in America. There'll be philosophers discuss, Black authors discuss music and culture. And these are faculty members from the 3 VCCCD colleges, from CLU, as well as from CSUCI. So we will forward the invitation to that. It is open to the community. It is open to our students. And this is faculty from those 5 institutions getting together to address issues of anti-racism and celebrating Black culture. In addition, I wanted to give you an update on our CARES Act funding. Moorpark College has been distributing CARES Act funding for the past 2 weeks for the summer. And if you remember, we had said that we had set aside a target of about $385,000. And in the past 2 weeks, we've already awarded $120,000. And there was another outreach to students about a week ago. And the target will be, actually the estimate is that we will actually spend down about $385,000 and a little bit more this summer, because there is need and our students are responding back, applying for these resources. So we're grateful for that opportunity to support them. Again, I want to end up by thanking our student service and our student support faculty and classified professionals. They help to keep orienting our students and keeping our students connected, and particularly for the ones who are working through this summer, trying to make sure that our students understand what we're offering for the fall and they understand the resources that are available for them online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to highlight 2 points that I saw in your written report. One is that fall enrollment is experiencing increases in both units and headcount, and enrollment in dual enrollment course offerings have also increased. So
yes, sir.
Thank you.
Chair?
Yes, Trustee Chancellor.
I was going to mention it in my board report later, but I think it's a more appropriate time now. I actually read, and the reason why I bring it up, I know Dr. Sean Harper, President Sokanu, did some work with Moore Park College. I remember reading it somewhere. He's taking the on a newly formed California Community College Leadership Alliance that works on race and equity. And I know 60 community colleges in the state of California so far have joined. I don't know if that's something that the presidents are looking at, but when I read about it in the article in the LA Times, what kind of connected with me was it really gave colleges or explored colleges the tool. So it brings out the concerns and issues, but it gives colleges the tools moving forward inside and outside the classroom. So I was going to bring that up just as an important point, but I thought I'd bring it up now, but that's all.
Okay, and that'd be great if maybe you could share that information as well with the presidents and even with the board. Okay, Luis.
Thank you, Chair Pettis. I'll start first of all by joining the round of appreciation for Gilbert and his stellar service, welcoming Eric as well to our meetings, and welcoming from Oxnard College, Lorena and Ashley. You just need to meet them and spend a few seconds with them to know that we're not only is Oxnard College really well represented, but that the future of our community and our nation has some good tidings ahead because of their good hearts and good minds. The large work of the college, I won't be long because a lot of what I would say has been covered by others. A large work of the college right now is preparing for the fall semester as we try our best to find that right balance that allows us to have on site those programs that simply cannot be offered effectively online, but to make sure to protect the safety and well-being of our students and employees to the best of our ability. Those are tough goals to balance, but that's what we're working on, and we're really grateful to have Mike Cataley, the Department Chair in Fire Technology, Deanna McFadden, our Student Health Center Coordinator, deeply involved in that planning initiative. I think lastly, I would just want to mention the town halls that have already been mentioned, one held by the Associated Students for students, one held for our faculty and classified staff last week. And I'd want to specifically extend my appreciation to Ross Fontes, Anitra Lawson, Tim Fontanet for their role in helping with the latter. Gabby Rodriguez is always in the mix, helping to stage events like this. James Schulke was invaluable in getting the word out. And I know I'm talking to the choir here, but I like to share when I speak at these town halls with our employees, with our students, I like to share that I love this nation. My parents came to the US from Mexico with an 8th grade education, and they came because this represented to them, as it has to generations of immigrants, the land of opportunity. John Kennedy wrote about a nation of immigrants. And I love it for the ideals that it represents. It represents an experiment in self-governance. It represents liberty and justice for all. Those ideals are mighty. They are worth fighting for and dying for. But that's not the same as pretending that this nation wasn't born in sin, with blood on its hands, with the institution of slavery at a minimum. And we didn't finish the job in the Civil War that we started. And that job still obviously needs to be finished. And that's why we're seeing so much tension abound. My job is to run a college, so it's not to wax philosophical about the social unrest in the United States, but there is a role for institutions of higher education. This is the place where students and employees get to discuss the issues facing the nation. This is the place where we can and should have discourse about those ailments that plague America. And this is the place where our students can take a message of their own empowerment and their own reason and their own noble ideals to help guide the next generation. And so I'm proud that our students and our faculty and staff are fully engaged in this moment. And I look forward to playing a small role in seizing this moment and not simply letting it be another moment in time that comes and goes, but actually takes a step forward in the name of reform for purposes of perpetuating this democratic republic. My apologies for preaching to the choir.
It's quite all right. Thank you. Kim.
Hey, Chair.
I'm sorry. Josh, call out. I'm sorry.
Hey, President Sanchez, just had a quick question, and if you don't have that information now, totally understand. It was in the other reports. I'm just curious if you could send it later, or if you had it offhand, regarding the CARES funds, if any have been dispersed for summer at Oxnard College. I was just curious on that.
I don't honestly know where we are, but I am happy to send it along.
Appreciate that.
Okay, now Kim.
Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. So there are a few things that I wanted to talk about, and I'll try and keep it brief because my colleagues have done such an excellent job addressing many of the issues. But first, I wanted to welcome our newest trustee, Trustee Gonzalez, and of course, the Moorpark College Academic Senate President, Eric Reese, and say my thanks to Gilbert. I've known Gilbert for quite a while, and he is a phenomenal leader. I talked about this at Consultation Council, that I consider him kind of, he's a true model of servant leader. And it's something that I know many of us aspire to be. And so I do appreciate everything that Gilbert's brought to the table to our district, as well as to Moorpark College and our classified professionals. There are a few agenda items that I wanted to bring up because I'm excited about. We have a new degree for manufacturing that is on the agenda. This has been a long time coming. We've been working with our advisory groups to make sure that our curriculum matches the needs of our industry, and to make sure that our students have the training and the tools that they need, skills to function well in that environment. We first started with certificates because that was the request of our advisory committee. And we've taken our certificates in CNC machine operator and CNC machinist, and we've combined those to create this degree. So that's a real accomplishment. And I appreciate all the work from our faculty member, John Clark, on that. You'll also find everyone's midterm report for ACCJC. This has been a lot of a huge collaborative effort from many people on Ventura College's campus. This demonstrates our current progress on addressing some of the concerns that our previous review team had, as well as some of the outcomes that we hope to accomplish as a college. And it was approved by all participatory governance groups. And we are looking forward to a full accreditation in 2023. Also, you will see on the agenda is a Ventura College Facilities Master Plan. We're calling this our GAP plan because we're looking to have it approved by the board so that we can put in an initial project proposal to have for a building at the state level if funding becomes available, because we qualify for additional lab space. And I know that one of the questions that Trustee had was regarding our sustainability. This, like I said, this is our GAP plan. We have a separate sustainability plan, but I do see what's happening next year is we've applied for IEPI, which is, oh, now I've forgotten, Institutional Effectiveness Partnership Initiative, where we have a peer group that comes out and helps us with items that we've decided as a college that we could use some support. And one of those items is our facilities master plan. So we're looking forward to having that group come out and advise us, as well as probably having an outside consultant and really developing a robust and thorough facilities master plan that of course will include sustainability. So that's the facilities master plan. For our CARES funding, since it started, we've awarded 297 students to the tune of $297,000. We have 76 requests pending, and we'll be able to meet most of those for the summer, and if not for the summer, then we can move them into the fall. We also have awarded around $100,000 in AB 19 emergency funds, and those funds can and have been used by our undocumented students because we feel like it's really important to have resources available for that population as they're in need to continue their education. So at Ventura College, we've awarded close to $400,000 to help support our students during this very challenging times for everyone. Last but not least, in joining the group, Ventura College students, in collaboration with our faculty, our classified professionals and administration, have hosted and will host a candid discussion regarding Black Lives Matters and anti-racism. And the first one was, it came about pretty quickly, and I was on vacation last week, so I wasn't able to attend, but I did listen to the recording, and so I'll make sure that that's sent to you so that you have that. But it was kind of like a precursor, and our main event is this Thursday, and I believe Dr. Pena has already forwarded the the invitation to Laura Brower to get it out to everyone on the all the trustees. But these discussions, I think, are really crucial because we want to hear from our students how we can do better, and their bravery in speaking up when microaggressions or macroaggressions occur are very important, because how can we correct something at the college if we're not aware of it? So their courageous conversations mean a great deal to us. I'm looking forward to working collaboratively with everyone at Ventura College to make sure Ventura College is a safe learning environment for our students, that it promotes their education and their learning, and that all students are valued and treated with respect and dignity that they deserve. So I'm looking forward to those conversations, and hopefully you'll be able to attend on Thursday. I know it'll be very exciting. Other things that we're doing as professional development in the fall is focused on anti-racial issues and racial equity. So I look forward to those events. We've had a book club as an administration council. They're called Courageous Conversations. So hopefully we're building the tools to have those conversations, as a middle class white female, even though I know females had some discrimination in the past. I recognize the privileges that I wouldn't have known that I've had unless others have shared their stories with me. And I really appreciate the opportunity to learn and do better for the future of our society, and in particular Ventura College. So thank you very much. That's all I have for tonight.
Chair Bettis?
Trustee Torres?
I just wanted to thank the presidents for sharing and addressing where we are in our community and supporting all of the events on campus in terms of discussing what is occurring with our community. And my invitation is, as we're having these discussions, looking towards your leadership to be able to have it into action and within your governance committees, looking maybe at a plan to look at the systemic barriers we may have. And it could be district-wide, and maybe it's more towards Greg, that we have these conversations and we take them to action. And how that looks like, only you know within your colleges and working with all of your personnel and making sure that we put it into action. Because many times, I will tell you, as a woman of color and having experienced discrimination and having to work really hard to get where I'm at, there's a lot of conversations, but then there's not action. And what we need to see right now is something that we put into our books, into policy, into budget priorities. And so when we're talking about where do we come in, and Julius, thank you for Truth to Power, because you're absolutely right, having those conversations. And where do we come in with that leadership? And so as we're having this, I'm looking to you into within everyone in your colleges, just discussing how that would look like. And I share that because we have these conversations and everybody speaks their heart, and then what we need is now put it into action. How does that look like? So thank you for sharing that, and for all of the different town halls and everything that everybody has been putting together, from academic senate, classified senate, coming together. And I don't know if Gilbert's still here. I can't find him. Oh, there he is in the gallery. Gilbert, I didn't have much of an opportunity to get to know you very much, but I will say this. There's one thing that I feel very good about, is knowing sometimes the spirit of the person. And I can tell you, with the few interactions that we had in a conversation we had at the graduation of Moore Park College last year, you have that beautiful, humble spirit. And that is what it means about servant leadership, that you're able to speak truth. It is such a positive way to start building communities and build culture and to have those conversations. And I was able to sense that. I was able to feel that with just that interaction. So when you have all of your colleagues about you, I can totally see where they're coming from, because I got that. And although you might not necessarily have a role within the classified senate as a president, that doesn't mean you're not a leader. It might just mean you don't have a formal leadership, but a leader is always a leader despite of the position. So I know that you're going to continue to do great work. And I just wanted to make sure I had the opportunity to say this to you, because it means a lot, everything you have done. So thank you for your service throughout all this time that you have done. And just like Kim Hoffman said, President Kim Hoffman said, servant leadership, you do embody, there's 12 different traits. And I can tell you that you embody all those 12 traits. So thank you for all of your service and commitment that you have brought forward during this whole time.
Kim, I have just a couple of comments on your report here, the written report. In contrast to one of the public comment statements on page 48 of our agenda, under the second paragraph of the second bullet, through surveys with students and faculty, most participants stated that they prefer or are prepared to teach and study online in fall 2020. That I mean, I'm very pleased to read that. So, and then the other one, you mentioned you've already gotten money out the door. Does it address further down in that paragraph? You mentioned that finally 7.5% of students locally or statewide indicated that they do not have adequate access to a laptop or internet to successfully study online. So can you comment real quickly?
So, I mean, at Ventura College, we bought those 500 Chromebooks for students,
Okay.
and we have distributed those out for the summer, as well as we did at the end of spring too, to help our students be successful. And we're also hoping to, we've developed many plans for our hard to convert classes. And one of the areas too is we'd like to open back up our computer lab for students with proper social distancing and other measures to keep them safe, because we understand that in a virtual environment, not everyone has the tools, and it is an equity issue that we want to make sure is addressed.
Great. And just the last, I want to note that on the next page 49, you mentioned that over 500 dual enrollment packets that allowed prospective and continuing dual enrollment students to register for their classes. So I take that as an encouraging note on a program that's been important of interest to the board for a while now. So thank you.
Welcome.
702 then, district administrator reports. Chancellor?
Yes, thank you. Dave, do you have any item to report at this time?
I just would like to say, Gilbert's been great working with you at this, at the board meetings, and of course I'll see you around. And welcome to our new student trustee and student body presidents, Lorena and then Ashley Gonzalez. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dave. And then Larry, anything at this point?
Just second what David had to share, and it's great to see you all. You have my written report. Two small things. We're working on a reopening framework with the presidents and the vice presidents on the campuses, which we hope to have finished this week. We're also working on developing our strategic implementation plan responses for the board. I believe there are 18 action items for institutional effectiveness, including some of those things that were already mentioned. So unless you have any questions for me, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to go over some of the things that we're doing with those action items.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. And then Laura Barroso, anything on the HR side?
I do have a few things. Thank you, Dr. Gillespie. So I'll also add some words of welcome to Ashley and Lorena, and also to thank Gilbert. He serves on the district classified professional development committee, and he can just always be counted on to either participate or just complete some of the work that we do. So I really have an appreciation for Gilbert. So I just wanted to thank him for all that he's done. When I asked the HR staff to provide me with some highlights of the activities that they've been working on in these last few months, I received pages and pages. So I won't tell you everything they wrote, but I would like to highlight a few things for you. Since the stay well at home order went into effect in March, the HR technicians have worked diligently to move the onboarding of new employees from in-person to remote and paperless to the extent possible. So that's really exciting for us. To date, there have been 9 classified employees hired, 10 part-time academic, and 18 full-time academic being processed for the fall semester. In these orientations, both SEIU and AFT have the opportunity to participate in the orientation remotely, and it's been working very well. In addition to that, the HR technicians have processed almost 1,500 non-contract faculty offers as of March 18th. And they're continuing to do another almost 600 pending new and revised offers. So that is just a big workload that's completed between just 2 people, since I have 1 person that's out on maternity leave. Along with that, we've had a surge of employment verifications that they're processing for our faculty and our classified, given just the changes in the last few months. So that's what's been happening there. On the benefits side, we've had about approximately 15 resignations or retirements in the last 30 days. So that's quite a bit of activity there. Our benefits staff have been responding to a high volume of calls, emails from employees or faculty, from retirees. So they've been very active in the work that they're doing. And then finally, on the recruitment side, although the recruitment activity has slowed down a bit, we have 8 classified recruitments in progress, 19 part-time faculty recruitments, 6 full-time faculty recruitments, and an interim academic management recruitment in process. So there's a lot of work there on that side as well. And then finally, on the commission side, we've been reviewing and updating several job descriptions, and they've continued their work on classification studies that are in progress. So as you can see, it's a lot of activity and more that's in the pipeline.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. And then Patty?
Chair, Chair, before you move on, Chair.
Yes. Trustee McKay?
Laura, you just mentioned that there were 15 resignations or retirement with a little bit of surprise in the last few days. Is there any particular reason for that? That seems like an unusual amount in a short amount of time.
Sure. We've had a couple of different situations with, you know, some of our faculty deciding that they're, you know, they've completed their career. We've had a couple of resignations for other reasons, other job opportunities, which is kind of interesting. But I was planning on providing some metrics to Dr. Gillespie that shows the breakdown of why our folks are leaving. That'll be good information, I think, to share with everyone.
That'd be great to have. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Maybe we can get that before the next meeting, or as soon as, you know, Dr. Gillespie's had a chance to look at it. That would be great.
Absolutely.
Chair Perez.
Trustee Chancer.
Hi, Laura, thanks for the report. You know, we saw this in the college report, specifically from Moore Park, but some of the online conversations I've had, it sounds like enrollment has the potential to really be up in the fall. With that, are we prepared on the HR side to, if in fact we need, and now in light of resignations and retirements and what have you, are we prepared to proactively be ready for that surge possibly in student enrollment?
I would say we absolutely are, Trustee Chancer. We have 2 analysts and HR assistants that are continuously working on different job descriptions and recruitments. So I think we're well prepared for that.
Okay, and then the last point, and I guess it's just a comment or a concern I have, and that's as you mentioned, the benefits analysts. It sounds like their workload is extreme now and has the potential, of course, to get busier. So I would just, I guess I'm a little concerned and would like to make sure they're supported as much as possible through that.
Sure, thank you for that.
Good observations, Trustee Chancer. Okay, item 801.
Chair, we still have Patty.
I'm sorry. Patty, my apologies.
It's no problem. Thank you. The district marketing and communications department continues to support the colleges with their enrollment efforts through our marketing and advertising and social media. We are 21 days away from 4 website redesign launches. And what that means is that there are hundreds of people behind the scenes that have taken training, sometimes not once, but twice and 3 times, to make sure that they are prepared and have updated their pages and their content to reflect the very best of what's happening at the colleges. What a website launch also means is that there is a movement for other governance committees and even a commitment from one college to move to board docs. And this has been a great thing that the board did 10 or 11 years ago. And now the colleges are ready to follow suit. So we'll be facilitating not only the training, but the successful transition from the manual processes to the board docs electronic process, which will be allow everyone to be much more efficient. And Gilbert, thank you very much. The whole district has benefited from your leadership and professionalism, and I have enjoyed working with you, as I will continue to do so in the future. So thank you. That's it for my report.
Thank you. Okay, now if we can move to item 801, Academic Senate President's Consultation. Amy?
No consultation at this time.
Thank you. Eric?
Mention 2 brief things. I have to keep the Moore Park tradition, I guess, and mention curriculum. So just a very few items. Film, television, media, arts, a new nonfiction reality production class, and business information systems with an MS Word intermediate. They're both part of continuing new courses and new certificates. And that work is continuing, and photography updated its top code to applied photography. So I also want to comment on 17.06, approval of acceptance of completion of bid 599 Moore Park College Physical Science Mass Spectrometer project, which is an unlikely piece to talk about. But it was a donated, I think it was a donated piece of equipment that everyone thought, oh, we'll just get this up and running and students will be able to use this right away. What a great resource. Well, it's been to make a long story short, it's been a long haul. And I just want to thank the perseverance for everyone involved, maintenance and operations, the faculty that were involved. And it went from a donation to this really large project that no one expected. So thank you for that. And I just want to mention that this is true for a lot of the one-line items that you guys see, that we see for purchase orders and all that stuff. There's a tremendous amount of work and careful consideration that goes behind the scenes to make all of these things happen. So I just want to thank everyone involved for those very extended processes.
Thank you, Eric. Dan?
Yeah, just one thing for me, and Dr. Hoffman's already mentioned it briefly. Our curriculum is a new program. It's an associate in science, the advanced manufacturing. And this is just a degree that kind of caps off our existing stackable certificates of achievement in CNC machine operating and CNC machinist. So this is the program that'll kind of cap off both of those.
Great, thank you. Item 802, classified Senate President's consultation. So that, I'm sorry.
I can ask it when we're on the item. I was excited to see that curriculum item at Ventura, especially after the manufacturers all came to our board meeting. So thanks for that.
Sebastian.
Thank you, Chair. We've got no consultation from VC.
Okay. Amparo?
I just wanted to acknowledge or point out one item, and I'm excited to see it on here. It's item 10.02, the approval of resolution in support of California Assembly Constitutional Amendment number 5. Almost 25 years ago, not to date myself, but almost 25 years ago, I was an undergrad at Berkeley when Prop 209, the repeal of it was going on, and I was involved, in the class walkouts and the protests, and I feel like it's coming full circle, and I'm very proud to be part of a district and work for a district that is approving this resolution. I feel like things are coming full circle, so I'm excited to see what happens, but thank you.
Thank you. Our local celebrity of the evening, Gilbert.
Nothing for me.
What? Okay. Thank you, Gilbert. 901, board committee reports. Administrative Services Committee update, Trustee Kennedy.
Sorry, I had to unmute there. Yes, the draft notes are from Wednesday, May 27, are listed in here, and no further comments on that. Any action items that are coming later are another part of the agenda. Trustee Torres?
Thank you, Trustee Kennedy. Just wanted to add a little bit of the conversation that took place at the Administrative Services Committee. I know that the minutes are summarized, but there's one that you're going to see coming forward, which is the approval of the, I believe, the EEOC plan. It's one of the last ones, and one of the things that I had mentioned to the committee, mentioned to the chancellor, was you're going to look at the data that's going to be disaggregated, and it talks about hiring and where does it look like. And so one of the things I mentioned is when you look at our faculty, the counseling faculty is included alongside with instructional faculty.
Trustee Torres?
Oh.
Trustee Torres, if I may interrupt and ask your indulgence, if you could hold your comments to that particular item, that would be appropriate for you to relay the essence of the conversation you want to get across.
Okay, so even though it was discussed in the administrative services, just wait until then? Just asking for clarification.
Yeah, well, this item is an update of the committee minutes, and if you want to expand on the information of the minutes, and especially since we have the agenda item tonight.
To discuss it, I can do that as long as I have the opportunity to just address it with the board.
You will.
Sometimes it carries on a little bit long, and I just want to make sure it's not too late and everybody's, at least the board, is able to just capture that. But okay, I can wait until then to just be more extensive on the conversation that took. The other thing that we did discuss, and I didn't see it coming to the board, so it might have been pulled or I just overlooked it. There's a position that was brought up. It's a administrative assistant that was discussed over for Oxnard College. And we looked at the funding, and so one of the things I had just brought up, that one of it was going to be funded through student equity, half of it, and the other one was going to be through general funds. And looking into where we're at in light of everything that's happening in terms of the support that our students need, I was looking at that funding, and one of the comments I made was just our student equity funding, making sure that we're really focusing on allowing our students to close that achievement gap. And it's that money is tailored specifically for our most vulnerable students. So what I recommended was, I wasn't opposed to the position. I said, can we look into other funding? Because Dr. El Fattal also talked about the budget, which you're not going to be able to hear today, but he mentioned that we might have to put a cap in the future based on what's happening at the state level. So based on that conversation or that presentation he gave, I just wanted to make sure that we were looking really at our funding streams and saying, okay, if this was reserved specifically for perhaps support services, whatever it is we need to do to get this closing of the achievement gap and providing our students the support they need. Student equity also goes aligned with our student equity plans that we have at our colleges. And so once you look forward to all of the different reports that are going to be presented, all of our colleges are addressing and recognizing that we have to look into this and close it. And so with that is the conversation that we had. And so I just wanted to make sure that was brought in with the full board, because that's a discussion that we had and it's not in the minutes. So I just wanted to just mention that as we're moving forward with the rest of the items that we have here presented.
All right, Trustee Torres, when I saw page 70, it mentions that position will move forward to the full board for review.
I didn't
with Trustee Torres opposing the 50% SEA funding. So when I didn't see it on the agenda, my question was, when was this coming forward? And the response was that Oxnard College has decided not to move forward with this position at this time due to budget considerations. So that's just a quick answer to why it's not on the agenda tonight. Okay. So, we'll be discussing this in greater detail as things.
Right, and I just wanted to bring it because it goes back to we're not all part of the different committees, and sometimes there's a lot of value in conversations, because when you look at minutes, all you see is an opposition. And if you were not at that administrative services committee, you would just think, dang, Trustee Torres just went ahead and posted and doesn't want it to move forward. And so I think I just wanted to just give an idea to the board, the conversation, why it came about. And I'm really happy to see that, and that there's going to look into different ways. And so I really commend the work of the college in looking into that and knowing where it was coming from. And so I look forward to it coming definitely to the board, because it was a position that it seems like it's of value, and it was just pretty much, at least for me, just looking at different ways to fund it. So thank you.
Okay, that's fair. And the other question I had in conjunction with that is, was this an eligible use of SEA funds? So that's fine. Policy Planning and Student Success Committee, Trustee McKay.
That's actually Trustee Chancer is the chair of that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, Trustee McKay. Actually, Chair, I do have some questions in regards to the Admin Services Committee. Because we didn't get a report on business services, I know things are moving really fast, but I think we're going to be approving a tentative budget on our, June 23rd?
23rd.
Okay. The concern I have is that these minutes won't be in front of us for that. So I guess I'm going to pose my questions from these minutes very briefly, but or maybe it's a request, because I'm not sure, there's contradicting information in this, and I'm sure it's intentional, but I read that we're basing our budget on the hold harmless in these minutes, but then there's two different proposals in the May revise of 8% reduction or a 10%. I guess what I'm looking for, and I look forward to seeing our different options. I also have some questions in regards to the CalSTRS and CalPERS. This is from page 70 in the minutes, being reduced, which will provide some relief district-wide, because I know we do have a designated reserve account for those increases. So I do have a lot of questions in regards, not so much to the budget, because I know that's not the appropriate time since it's not in the agenda, but on the, I guess, report that occurred during this Admin Services Committee. And, you know, when I heard Trustee Torres mention about being there, you know, here we are in COVID and we're doing these over Zoom. My question for the Chancellor, I suppose, is are we recording these policy and admin service committee meetings? If we are, that would be a great tool, I think, to share that recording after the meeting concludes. And, you know, interested participants can look at the minutes, but they could also see the full context of the conversation. So that just came to me, and maybe it's a positive out of, you know, one of the few or many positives with a lot of negatives of COVID-19, but that might be a positive as we move forward and we keep these committee meetings online through a screen, but that could be a way that they're preserved and shared more effectively. So that's what I have on the admin services.
Here, I can make a, oh, sorry, go ahead, Trustee Chancellor. Sorry.
No, that was it. I mean, I in regards to the budget, I'm sure it's coming June 23rd. I didn't want some of the questions I had to be lost.
Yeah, Chair, I can just make a brief comment if that's appropriate. So on the 8% and the 10%, that's not contradictory. It's 8% with zero COLA, or it's 10% with the COLA. I think it's 2.71 or something, but it equals the same number. And then on the STRS relief, I mean, it's just two different ways of saying the same thing, and that's the literature that has been out talking about it that way. And then on the STRS relief, it's just the state is picking that up, reducing our rate, so we have some less cost, and we still do have about $1 million in a fund for that.
Okay. No,
but we'll talk about all of that more next week for sure.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that. My question was, we're basing a hold harmless budget without reduction. So that's right, but that'll come the 23rd. So I appreciate those comments. Okay, so moving on to Chair, you ready to move on to policy?
I am.
Okay, great. The minutes seem to reflect the meeting. There were a number of items that we didn't get to, but I'm sure they'll come back as we have a lot of board policies to address. But Trustee McKay, maybe you have some comments to share.
Trustee McKay, anything?
There we go. It's just a lot of things changed. It's like I even had questions about the policy because the meeting was a while ago and things have changed so fast, you know, and what are we doing about certain COVID things? So although we did look at many of the policies as we can, and the ones that are in here were ones that we went through, when we get to them and I still have questions, it's just because we meet, and we actually are now going to meet a week and a half after the board meeting instead of 4 days later, just to get us a little closer to the board, you know, to where we're meeting. But it is moving fast, and so things that seemed even okay then, I have questions about now. So that's all.
Okay, thank you. Item 10.01 is an action to adopt resolution of the Ventura County Community College District ordering a regular governing board member election, ordering consolidation with other elections, and constituting specification of the election order to be held on November 3rd, 2020. Chancellor?
Yes, thanks, Chair Perez. This is a standard item that we have in order to have our trustees who are up for election participate in the consolidated election on November 3rd. So recommending approval.
Move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Trustee McKay moved, and was that Trustee Kennedy that seconded?
No.
Kennedy, yes.
Okay. Laura Brower, if you call the roll, please.
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor,
Yes.
Chair Perez.
Yes. Thank you. Okay,
and
10:02.
our student trustee as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am off tonight. I'm sorry. I apologize. Ashley, not a very welcoming behavior on my part.
It's okay.
And your vote is?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, 10:02, approval of resolution in support of California Assembly Constitutional Amendment number 5. And classified Senate President Amparo spoke to that already. And I believe this has been endorsed by the State Association. Greg, remind me of that. Or Larry, Trustee Kennedy, do you recall seeing this at your board meeting?
Yes, our committee did. However, I'm not sure what happens after that.
Yeah, and this did come from the state requesting colleges to support this amendment and repeal the Prop 209.
Right. And I think this was a timely action even before the recent movement surrounding issues of race and discrimination. So is there a motion?
I move approval.
Second.
Trustee McKay moves, Trustee Kennedy seconds. There's no questions or discussion. Laura, would you call the roll again, please?
I just would like to say I think it is important. Not just today, but I understood why they did what they did in 2009, but I think it's really important that this resolution is passed, and that we do more than a resolution, that we work hard and do the legislative work that we need to do to make sure that we finish this, not just pass a resolution and stop working.
Thank you. Laura, please.
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor,
Yes.
Chair Perez,
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
All right, thank you. 10:03, Chancellor, COVID-19 update.
Yes, you do have with the board item a listing of 10 items that were communicated out to all employees here, talking about the plans for fall semester. And these kind of provided the base foundational framework for where we're at as we prepare for fall semester. And it really highlights out that, as much of our instruction that can be done online virtual formats will be done in that manner for fall semester. Now, it does recognize that we have some classes, some programs that do require instruction to occur on campus for skill development, and also due to certification and unique program accreditation requirements there. So those programs are busy working up plans that incorporate use of personal protective equipment, physical distancing, limits on group size, how we handle all the cleaning, disinfecting, so that they can operate and support the students in their needed instruction. Those plans come to Chancellor's Cabinet, they're reviewed, and if approved to move forward there, we submit them to Ventura County Public Health for review and approval. all of these are, being established and done in line with where things are at the state and local level, both the public health side as well as the governor's office and chancellor's office. We currently have the remote work status as it is now continuing through July 31st. Now, as we approach July 31st, we'll kind of reevaluate employee work status again as we kind of look at and know how many students may be on campus as well. But we're taking a very thorough look at all the information, and as Vice Chancellor Buckley mentioned, developing a reopening framework that builds on these foundational items to have a lot more detail on the operations and a phased-in opening as we can increase the number of students and employees that we have. That reopening framework will have the input of our faculty, our classified staff, the unions, administrators, and students as we pull that together. And we will have a working draft of that for our planning session once that's rescheduled, which I'm hoping occurs on either, I think, June 29th or July 1st. I think we're waiting to hear on that. So looking forward to getting that document lined out. And I think our approach for fall is a good one in that it allows us for the ability to slowly increase the number of students and employees on campus per conditions allowing increases to occur. And it's a much better place to be to gradually increase rather than start off too aggressively and then have to backtrack and completely close again. We want to avoid that. Our priority is to maintain consistency, quality, and access to instruction for all of our students with the needed support from our faculty and student services. We've been progressing very well on getting all faculty trained for distance education. The colleges have had a number of classes and we've had robust attendance there as well. So I think that kind of provides the overall summary for now in preparation for the more detailed discussion at our planning session.
Okay, trustees, if you don't mind, I'd like to open it up for to hear from our student trustee Gonzalez first. She had alluded to this item in her opening remarks. So, student trustee, if you care to.
Yes, I do like our approach. I have multiple concerns from students on how this will affect their degree, taking courses, like having to be on campus for performing arts, for ASL classes, certain lab courses, and they're not allowed to be on campus. How is this going to delay them? And what does that do for them? So they're just really concerned on not being able to fully be able to succeed with their major.
Yeah, no, thanks for bringing, that concern up. And for a number of those classes, whether they're some of the hands-on art classes, some of the other performing arts, right now that's where faculty are engaging with their administrators on to just identify what really has to be done on site versus creative ways to handle some of those things online. At this point, there may be a few classes or programs that may not be able to operate, but we don't have that list yet. But the intent is to really minimize those and even have some of these classes that would require some hands-on work be done in a rotating manner. We're looking at having still trying to minimize the number of students that we'd have on campus in the fall, but it's going to be, more students than what we had in the spring. And a lot of that creative work between faculty, staff, administrators on how we can accommodate where we need face-to-face instruction is still going on. So we'll have more details on that, probably even by our planning meeting time. But our goal is to try to still accommodate, nearly all of the classes that we have, but there will be some that will be difficult. I mean, athletics is another example where that could be very difficult in the fall, and there's a few other areas where it's hard to do, to create some alternatives.
Okay, and this is a rare occasion, but I'll offer the opportunity to Lorena if you want to chime in.
Well, again, just like Trustee Ashley was some of the concerns in regards to some of our students work in the EAC department as well. Some of our students are really concerned of not getting the same education as in one-on-one or in-person classes. And I know for some students, they were able to switch over with no problem at all. And some students had trouble switching to online classes, right? We do have the 24-hour tutoring, as well as Oxnard College has a one-on-one virtual tutoring, but it's not the same thing. I know that some students were going to not do their labs in the fall, but switch it to the spring so they could have that lab experience, right? So it's the same concerns that students brought up to me in regards to what Ashley had brought. How is this going to affect them and how it's going to prolong them? I know that some students also did drop out of school because, again, they're not able to get the same type of learning experience as if it was in class, in person, and they're better off waiting. So again, because we're not on campus, they're prolonging their education due to the fact that we can't be on campus.
Yeah, no, those are really legitimate concerns, and I appreciate you bringing them forward, and they're things that we're working to try to minimize. Our priority is to really balance the health and safety of our students and employees with the ability for everybody to access the instruction that they need. And I value the work that's occurring at the campuses now to make that happen.
Right.
The challenge gets to be, in how we can utilize the spaces that we have in a way that allows for adequate social distancing, cleaning in between sessions, and all of the other factors that come into play. And the colleges right now are just looking at that to see and determine how many students they could even handle on campus on any given day.
Right.
As we're also looking at the needs to do temperature checks and all these other precautions there. So you bring up really good points, and we want to prioritize all those things. And over the next few weeks, we'll have more details available.
It sounds like we might need some more maintenance.
Yeah.
Or some more maintenance, right?
Yeah, that is a real priority. Yeah, to be able to have enough staffing to keep things clean and disinfected.
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me, Trustee Torres. I've seen Trustee Chancellor waiting to say something, or am I?
Sure. Thank you. I guess I want to phrase it this way. For me, I'd rather hear, rather than we're trying to minimize students on campus, I'd rather hear we're trying to maximize students on campus safely. And I guess what kind of steers me to say that is I know other, our K-12 partners and other organizations are still following county safety protocols with like 12-to-1 ratios and 12 students to one faculty member and such. And I guess I echo what our student trustee and rep mentioned, that I think it's a number of students, if they're not on campus, it's a challenge. It's a challenge for faculty members and staff and a number of individuals. So I for one would really like to see as many creative and progressive ideas to safely in the fall bring back some programs that can be safely brought back. So that's just something that I've heard and truly feel is really important. The only other question I have is, do we have a policy or has a directive been given for employees that can safely work on campus? For example, if you're a counselor and you have an office that you can close the door, are you allowed to go to work at Oxnard College, Ventura College, Moorpark College? If you're a coordinator and you have a door that you can close, and if I'm just curious if we allow that at this point, and how much flexibility, professional flexibility, do we have for our employees to truly do the job that they need and want to do?
Yeah, so first, with regards to the number of students on campus, if you look at guidelines there, the intent with numbers 2 and 3 is to really allow students to be back on campus, taking classes and doing it safely, just like what you'd suggested. And there will be more than what's been occurring this spring, and the colleges are working that out. What's the number of students? What are the areas that are needed to be providing instruction in the fall? With regards to employees, right now we're still in the point where the designated essential employees are the ones working on campus. As we continue to move towards fall and we're developing this reopening framework, then things will open up, as what you said, to have employees who are interested in working at campus can go in and close their door to be able to have that happen. And so once we have this reopening framework there, we have the guidelines that what'll be happening, then that'll start to occur. But right now we still need to determine, at what point are masks being required. And as we start to increase the number of employees on campus, once you start to be near someone else, the mask goes on, or are they on all the time? So that's all part of this opening framework to get more employees and students on campus.
Trustee Torres.
Yes, just to add to what Trustee Chancellor was saying, and Lorena, thank you so much for bringing those perspectives, to bringing the voice of the student, as well as Ashley, because we're making decisions that have a direct impact on students. And I'm so happy to hear your voice. And I wanted to make a recommendation, if it's possible, Chancellor. I know that Jessica, towards the very end, met with Larry, and they were talking about how graduation would look like, the dropout rate of our students. And I feel like that was very beneficial, because we're making decisions that have a direct impact, and they're our voice on the campus. So they're the eyes, the ears. The students reach out to them, and I'm not sure if we can have some type of committee at the district level where we have a student, and you can decide where that place would be. But to have a student, could be Ashley perhaps, be at that meeting and be able to have that voice where decisions are being made. I also know that at that time when we closed our campuses back in March, it was during a time that we didn't know too much about COVID. How long would this be? And I can say definitely K-12, and myself being an educator, our students and the students that we serve, I want to say at the community college, struggle to be successful online. It's something that they're just not accustomed to. They need that interaction. When you're looking at our most vulnerable students, they need to see people. It's also cultural. We were talking about also, where are we at? Who do we serve? And so we look at our campuses, and we're Hispanic serving institutions. Then we need to start looking at ways of how are we going to start opening our campus back, and how does that look like? And of course, there's going to be fear, but at the same time, I remember very much Larry talked about this coronavirus gap that was being discussed, and that stayed with me, because with the achievement gap, now we have the coronavirus, and our students, for me to hear Lorena say our students are dropping, it's what happened? What could we have done different? And we're all learning. And so I think our students let us know, and that guides the work that we do. And so I think when I'm listening to students want to see this. It's how do we make this happen? And perhaps it's also we can have somebody from our district go be part of a committee member at the state level with the chancellor. Nobody knows what to do. And it could be that we can start up with ideas and that can be communicated to the state chancellor. And so I think we're at a perfect time of looking into how would that look like. And definitely as those committees are taking place, I really want to recommend having a student or student trustee be part at the district level and have a seat at that table and bring those perspectives, because I think this has never been done before. And what they say has great value. And so I can say that there's looking at hybrid models with some of the K-12 schools. And we have also our state superintendent of K-12, Tony Thurman. They've been looking at models in terms of a blended model, hybrid model. How does that look like? Because we recognize that our students need to be on campus. And so I definitely want to just recommend that we start having conversations of how that can possibly look like with the safest possible way. And I know we've talked before about building partnership and strengthening our partnerships with our K-12 school districts and also higher education. This could possibly be also the part of that linking. Hey, what are you guys doing over there? I'm going to start sending maybe someone to go to the meetings of all the superintendents when they're talking about opening their campuses, because ultimately those are the same students that are coming to our community colleges. It's just that they're the little ones, but they're coming to us. So I think it's, as we're facing this, it would be beneficial to maybe just go and listen as we start moving forward to seeing how that could possibly look like for our colleges.
Okay, thank you. If there are...
Oh, Lorena had her hand up.
Chair, Lorena had her hand up. Buckley had his hand up. And then
Okay, again, I'll just ask, please, people just call out to me because I can't see through the whole grid, okay? Lorena, and go ahead.
Okay, so just one quick question. Have we reached out to other states or other community colleges from other states who are opening during the fall to see how they're working, how they're doing? I mean, that would be another idea too, you know, is to reach out to other states to see how they're doing, because I know that I'm helping a student right now who is going to Iowa, and they're opening, I mean, they just opened the campus for visits, and they held the whole protocol of taking the temperature, having the masks on, and doing the tours, right? So I'm just asking if we've reached out to other states to see how they're doing with the community college.
Yeah, I'll let Vice Chancellor Buckley, who is kind of working on a reopening framework draft, comment. I'm not aware of us looking specifically at community colleges out of state. I know we're working closely with our own Ventura County Office of Ed, CSUCI, and what's going on here in the state. But Larry, maybe you can provide some comments there.
Larry Buckley, right?
If you're speaking, Larry Buckley, you're muted.
I'm sorry. There we go. Honestly, we have not been looking at other community colleges out of state and what they've been doing. I have been keeping an eye on national trends. As Dr. Gillespie noted, we're really trying to be in sync with our community colleges here in California and our Cal States. But in terms of the framework, and maybe this goes back to Trustee Chancellor's point, the CDC provided a guidance package for institutions of higher education about reopening. And they listed the steps, and this is what our framework is built around, 3 different steps to reopening. The first is defined as lowest risk. And lowest risk is where we're at now. Faculty, staff, and students engage through virtual only learning options, activities, and work production. The second phase, which is what we want to be moving into in the fall, is entitled More Risk. This is limited face-to-face learning options, activities, work production, employing social distancing strategies, small in-person classes, reduced staff interaction, hybrid virtual learning, staggered rotated classes and work schedules. That's what we want to do. And to the point of whether this is to minimize the number of students for safety or to maximize the number of students in a safe environment, for me, it's kind of two faces of the same coin. We're leaving this to faculty in a sense, asking them if they are ready to do limited face-to-face learning options, and they present to us a plan that demonstrates how they can do that in an effective social distancing manner that maximize safety for students and staff and faculty around. That's where we're taking our guidance. The third step that the CDC provides is highest risk, and that we're not ready to move towards. And if there are institutions around the country that are doing this, this has not been our direction. It's not been the direction of the CDC. And that highest risk is full face-to-face learning, activities, work product, no social distancing strategies, large in-person classes, full staff interaction, no staggered or rotated schedules, essentially going back to where we were in the fall of 2019. So we're moving towards the more risk. What percentage of courses we'll actually have on campus and which campuses provide that, which courses there'll be, where obviously performance classes, CTE classes, science labs are courses that have a slightly different dimension to them. Those are going to be understood more in the coming weeks as we hear from faculty about their plans coordinated with their deans of how to make this happen.
Chair Perez.
Trustee McKay.
As much as I totally appreciate that faculty will have great input on this, but I know that there's labs that are hard to teach online, but for some students, math is hard to learn online. And, you know, I can't even imagine, statistics was like the basis of my major. If I wouldn't have been able to sit in the front row of that basic statistics class, everything that came behind it would have not made sense to me. And so I just hope that, you know, we have a performing arts center and maybe we can do, I just would love to be offering some of these baseline, really hard to learn classes in person for students that, you know, even if it's at one college. So I get it. We don't want to get the risk if someone gets the virus, we have to close everything down. But also, what's the risk of an entire semester's worth of students not getting a baseline math class that allows them to move on? That maybe just one place that we can open up and afford to clean, and it's our place that students have the opportunity to have a face-to-face class for a hard to learn class, and that we listen to the students on what that hard to learn class is, as opposed to the ones we know are hard to teach online. But right. There's some that are just, that's my opinion. I can't imagine it. It's just,
I fully agree. And math and English are those two areas that for me kind of check the same box that you're looking at. The framework does provide that faculty can submit recommendations to teach lecture courses. Now, the way I've laid this out in the preliminary thought of the plan is that we don't really want any classroom with more than about 30% of the maximum number of people that are prescribed for that room. And that those rooms would have to be outfitted for protecting the movement of the virus and aerosol coming out of people's mouths and that kind of stuff. But it is not impossible to do a class like you mentioned, say in a gymnasium. And we have a class, people are sitting 6, 8, 10 feet apart. We have amplification. We're putting 40 people into a gym that, you know, can hold 400. That is kind of environment where we could do these very kind of classes. And I do hope that there are faculty who want to do them.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when we built the Oxnard for when we opened the Performing Arts Center at Oxnard College, and it had the flip up desktops. And I know they were picturing very full classrooms at the time, but now I'm picturing the opportunity of having enough space between students that there's an opportunity to have a class there for students that really need to have it, you know, that face-to-face environment. So that's all. That's my,
Yeah.
I know we're also facing budget cuts, but you know, we have to look at all of it. And our Assembly Member Irwin posted today that, you know, the budget, you know, I don't know what Dr. Alfatel is going to do with it, because it sounded like they passed something kind of wonky today, but I haven't had a chance to look. So, but for students that I know, like I said, for me, math was my Achilles heel, and I needed, like I said, if I couldn't have been in the front row, I probably wouldn't be here. So that's all.
If I could add just one last thing that I think is a really great opportunity for us to make lemonade out of lemons here. One of the things that is being experimented with, going to Lorena's point about what other states are doing, is there's a lot of development of cohort learning. So to keep people from interacting with one another on a larger scale, students would sign up for, say, 2 or 3 courses, and they would stay in a room, and those courses would be taught back to back to back. So maybe you take a philosophy and then an English and then a history class back to back to back. You stay in the classroom. The faculty member rotates and comes from room to room. So you keep those.
Bring on the faculty member instead of the room.
Right. So you have the 30 or 40 students staying together. Now, why that's lemonade out of lemons is that we know that cohort learning increases success rates, particularly among students of color. So if we were to develop those kinds of face-to-face classrooms, put people into cohorts that is expanding their likelihood of being full-time students in cohort learning, we were definitely going to see success rates rise. So there's an opportunity to do some really great things, even in this unfortunate environment.
All right, student trustee.
I just wanted to piggyback off of Trustee Diane, is that I was in statistics in the spring, and I was that front of the class student. So when everything went online, it was super hard to understand a lot of what we were going to continue learning for the rest of the semester. And I just felt like it was completely rushed. And, you know, I mean, it was unorganized for a lot of us. So that was one thing that I was like, I feel like math and statistics needs to be, it's hard to do that online. And I just feel like a lot of students, speaking to a lot of students, they feel like a lot of majors are being like picked on what gets to be online and what doesn't get to be in person. And they feel like not all majors are being looked at overall in a fair manner, versus like it's easy to take, you know, the classes online, but for your performing arts, your CTE, your lab, your math classes, they're just kind of like going over that. And it's hard to try to not let them think in that kind of perspective, but it is really hard, especially for students that are going to be graduating next semester or in spring. And now they have to adjust their schedule and can't depend on being able to take those in-person classes this upcoming semester. So for example, I was going to be taking chemistry, which I now had to prolong it because I don't want a chance taking that online, especially if I had to take lab, and that's a really tough class. And if you have multiple classes where I had to take bio and chem and statistics, like it's hard to have to try to do that all in one semester, because we don't know how the fall's going to be. And I wouldn't want to do that to myself, to take all those 3 classes in one semester if I didn't have to do that. But it's just, I just want to make sure that we try to stay focused on all the majors being looked at equally, and make it feel like we are really trying hard to try to figure out what we could do to have some courses grounded, even if it's limited time amount per week or per day, and how many people could be on campus at the time of their classes.
Okay. This has been a expansive, excuse me for a second, Trustee Chancellor, update report. And I thank you all for your thinking out of the box and your suggestions and your, especially to the students for relaying your real life experiences in the face of this pandemic. So I'm sure the Larry and Larry Buckley and others that are working on, getting students back on campus, as soon as is safe, will take all of these to heart. And I've been asked to look at having taken a break sometime soon. So if Trustee Chancellor wants to make some maybe final comments on this item, we can then proceed to a short break.
Sure. Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I'm gonna reflect on the last planning session we had with Laura Shulkin, and one of the things she suggested is when we have topics that we as a board kind of come together and have a consensus, I guess. And where I'm confused is, I read the email from Dr. Gillespie, which I interpreted it, and maybe I interpreted it incorrectly, but it was very definitive in a sense that it said, we are going to be online in the fall. That's what I read, that went out to faculty and staff and students, I believe. So what I'm hearing now is a little bit different. So I guess what I'm asking for is, where do we go from here? Are we saying that a professor of history can submit something and teach a hybrid course that takes his or her 50 students or 40 students and splits up the days and can teach 8? I guess what I'm saying is I'm hearing good ideas. I'm hearing concern from our students and from my colleagues on the board. But what, and I don't want to get involved in operations, but what policy or directive or guidance as a board are we giving to the chancellor to say where we're going in the fall? And because this plan will be brought to us for approval, but I guess I'm hearing things, but I also read an email. So I guess I'm looking for some definitive plans to be spoken, but then delivered to our community, right? To our faculty, to our staff, and of course to our students, like, hey, here's what fall could look like, opposed to what we've heard right now, which is, hey, we're virtual in the fall. So I'm having a hard time getting some definitive plans and direction from the district. And I think we have to be very clear with the understanding that, there could be a second or third wave of COVID and everything could be thrown out the window. And, so I get that, but, and I know Trustee Torres mentioned this, but I'm also an educator and I'm part of an organization that is planning to have a hybrid reopening, a 12-to-1 approach, a quarter system, and teachers working with students on a partial basis on campus. So it's hard to be part of one organization that's going one. I know they're different organizations. I totally understand that, but I think we need to be creative and progressive here and hear our students and hear our faculty and make sure our plan that is shared represents that. Thank you.
So Chair?
Yes, Chancellor.
Yeah, just to respond to that, I think that we've been very consistent in our message out to all of our employees and faculty. And, I meet anywhere from 2 to 3 times weekly with our cabinet group. So that's the presidents, the vice chancellors, and we've had several 3 to 4 hour retreats that include all of the vice presidents as well. And they're working with their faculty staff on campuses. So these foundational guidelines were made based upon conversations and input from all those individuals over a number of meetings there, looking at what can we really do to maintain the health and safety of our employees and slowly start to bring back instruction. And we wanted to intentionally start conservatively there. So that's why the assumption is everything that can be done virtually or online, that's how we will do that in the fall. It's really clear that's there. And then on-site instruction will be available for classes, programs that have certain requirements needing that face-to-face instruction so that students can meet the course requirements or for certification and accreditation. They'll develop those plans, they'll be brought to cabinet, they'll approve them. Right now, the colleges just have to look at those critical programs that require the face-to-face. Can they handle that safely? If they can handle those safely, then we could look at opening it up a little bit more to some other classes that can be done remotely. So there is a stepwise plan and guidelines here, and that'll be in the reopening framework as well. If the direction from the board, would like to be different, you want to, as a group, say a different track for us, then yeah, please let us know.
Here.
Well, let's hold that thought for June 23rd, I think. I'm not prepared to kind of get into that level of discussion right now. Trustee Torres?
Yeah, just as I know, I'm sure that we can leave this for June 23rd, but just as I'm sure Greg is going to be meeting with the cabinet, one of the things that I know a district did, which I found was very beneficial because it brought all stakeholders, there was surveys that were sent out to students, teachers, administrators, classified staff, that they were sent out to get perspectives of where people felt in terms of reopening. And then a task force was convened that would have most likely, in this case, a cabinet, but it also had members from each of the collective bargaining units, as well as other individuals, other members that were chosen. The students would have been part of this. And so you now have a task force that is empowered because you have everyone who's being impacted at the table, and you can have some really rich discussions. And so you no longer just put the burden on a particular person, or you come together as a district and you decide, you have this task force, and now you're informed. So you're making decisions based on what's specific to our district in Ventura with our 3 colleges, and you decide what's going to happen. And so I just want to give that recommendation as something to think about, as I'm sure the leadership will continue probably to meet. But as far as for myself, that's kind of the direction where I'm going as a board, to start looking into how we would reopen this fall. Of course, the safest way that we can, but looking into that model. And I know that K-12s are currently starting to look at that for August as well. So I know it can be done because other districts are doing that as we speak, like these weeks to reopen for August. So it definitely can be done. And so I'm ready right now to give to make a motion because it gives Greg more time than having to wait another week to decide, oh, the board went in this direction. I just lost a week of being able to do some really good work. So I don't know how this works if I make a motion and if there's a second and then we vote for it, and if it doesn't go. And so I guess I make I guess the motion.
It's not an action item, so it kind of can't. It's not agendized as an action item. We can't take action on it.
It would not be in order.
Right. I think the chancellor hears us.
So how just so I know for myself, if we wanted to, like I get Greg is saying I need guidance. Like he's like, tell me guidance, and that's the direction I'm going to go. And we've now had this very rich conversation. And just earlier when I said we can have conversations, but they require action, otherwise they go nowhere. So at this point, I'm just saying we had this rich conversation that took about 40 minutes or more. And so I understand if we move in this direction, I don't want to say, oh, guess what, management, everyone, you just lost a week of planning if we decide to go here. So that's the only reason that's the only reason I'm saying to vote on it. Either we're supported or we don't, but that way we know we move forward as a college saying it's going to be virtual or it's not. And if it's not going to go virtual, then Greg has and the team has a week to work on, as opposed to June 23rd. They lost. So how does it work? And I'm just asking because I don't know what we do after a rich conversation like this.
So just to again set the stage of where things are at a little bit. Larry's working with all of the 9 VPs on this framework draft based upon discussions that have happened that I'd mentioned earlier in response to Trustee Chancellor's question. So we'll have that. That framework will be coming to June 23rd. It is a draft. The intent is it's a starting point from then which to take it to have the academic senate presidents, classified senate presidents, the unions, the students looking at it so that everybody has input into that. It's not even practical for the board at this point to say, open up. I mean, if you say, don't do virtual open up, I'll say, well, I can't do that.
Well, not
Now,
like that's not what I meant.
now there is, right now, I think we're taking a very, prudent approach towards it that have been evaluated really carefully by a number of people. But if we want to, and we're at a point where if conditions change or it looks like cases are going down or we can handle more students on the campus safely than we can increase. I mean, that's the intent, is to eventually get back to normal. And we want to be including everyone in that. It's a challenging thing because when COVID first started, I had people saying, oh, why haven't you closed already? Why are you still having people on campus? And we worked, I think, in a really good way to make the decision to convert. And we had no cases on our campuses. We didn't have to worry about that. As we open up, we want to do the same thing, be very prudent, but also getting people back on campus, but doing it safely so we don't end up shutting back down again. So we want to include everybody in the conversation. I want the input from the board, which is why we'll have that opportunity to, I think, discuss it further as an action item at that planning retreat when we have it.
Okay, no, I am going to respond to a couple of comments. Someone has mentioned that we've been at this for 40 minutes on this topic. It's been a good full-throated discussion. We're going to be addressing it on the 23rd. Things are in flux still, and staff is doing a great job of tracking what we're able to do, what we're not able to do just yet, what's happening elsewhere to bear in mind with what we might want to be doing locally. So I'm gonna I appreciate comprehensive discussion, but I think we've dwelt on this topic long enough, and let's move forward. Let me see, by my phone I have 8:51. I've been asked to take a break, so let's reconvene. Well, we do need action to ratify this,
Can I
this
just make a
report.
request here?
Trustee Chancellor?
Thanks. I guess my request is, can the chancellor please reach out to trustees that do have some concerns, or including our student trustee, prior to the 23rd, to get their input? That might be a more effective way. I get that we've spent some time on this, but if we wait for the 23rd and there's a draft plan, our input's not included in the draft plan. So I would request that the chancellor is proactive and reaches out to trustees that are interested, including our students, to get their input and include that with his management team on the plan. So I think that would be a happy medium to kind of, effectively move on.
And I
think the chancellor and others can certainly hear that message without a board action on that point. So as I mentioned, we're going to go on break, and let's reconvene at 9 o'clock, please. Thank you. Is everybody here?
I'm here.
I see Trustee McKay. Where's Trustee Kennedy? Sitting down. Trustee
We're here.
Torres, very good. Okay.
We're getting good at this.
Yeah. Okay, 10:04, no need to act. 11:01, action to approve ratification of Coronavirus Aid Relief and Economic Security Act funds. Is this Vice Chancellor El Fattal?
It will be. And
okay, sorry.
Yeah, it will be. And Chair Perez, if it's okay, with 10:03, I just really need to say on behalf of the presidents and countless numbers of people that have been working so hard at the colleges that the direction for fall is set. It's within this operational framework that we have. And we have faculty, staff, administrators, everybody working really hard to operate most of our classes online with the exceptions that we have here. And it's really difficult about, changing course and having the board wanting to state what's going to be online, what's going to be face-to-face, what isn't. I mean, I feel that I have good direction that the board would want to have us operate in a safe and healthy manner, bringing students to campus safely for where we don't have the virtual online option or even creatively looking at some things. But we can't keep changing our minds with things and communicating things differently. I think we have a good course in line that administrators, faculty, staff have worked close on, and we want more input within the framework as we open things up. But I just want to state the expectations that incorporating more trustee involvement into the fall operations, I'm not sure is going to be helpful between now and this planning session meeting.
Chair, I just want to
go ahead, Trustee Torres.
Thank you. Greg, I think this can be an opportunity then as we move forward to start involving the board. And what ends up happening is that the board is not part of the process. And the board, we have expertise within the 5 of us, and we do the oversight. And so we want to be included. And so what happens is, and I mentioned it also at the Administrative Services Committee, the board has looked at the last resort. Our student trustee, she brought so much valuable information, so did Lorena. And so based on this information, we start looking at it. Did they have a say during this process? Did the board have a say? I understand you and the cabinet did. And I want to just say that work is appreciated. It truly is. But there's also a place for the board. And so we also want you to recognize and to please have a spot for the board's voice to also be part of this process, because for example, the 23rd will come and there's all this work that's been put in place. And so in a sense, is we don't want to be not approving things that people have worked really hard, but make us part of the process.
Chair.
Yeah.
And that would be
Trustee Kennedy, hang on a second, Trustee Kennedy.
So that's just helpful for me, and that's just a recommendation as we're moving forward, and how that looks like. Well, Greg can decide and let us know, or maybe within meetings, and maybe that's part of our strategic planning session, and that can be added. And so, I just wanted to say that as well. So we just think about how that looks moving forward with other things that will continue to come our way.
Okay, we're going to move forward, but let me just make this last comment. This would be a perfect example of where any trustee could offer their questions or comments or suggestions before the meeting. Once having gotten this agenda binder and read this report, if you had some strong thoughts or suggestions or comments, send them early. It would have been most helpful to the whole discussion.
I didn't get a chance
Thank you, Trustee Torres. We don't need to belabor the point any further.
I just want to say
So
that
let's go.
And Lorena, and because I heard Ashley and Lorena is the reason I brought this perspective. Otherwise, I would have mentioned it before. And so I just want to say that there's certain things we can do, but when I'm hearing two
Okay, that's enough.
Okay,
Please.
I just want to make sure.
That's enough. Thank you.
Of course.
And I hope you appreciate that I broke precedent and invited the student rep, Lorena, to speak.
And thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair Pettis.
All righty. So 1101, Chancellor.
Yeah, I'll turn it over to Dave.
So in May, we brought to the board an identical amount of $6.4 million for CARES funding for students, direct relief for students. This is the institutional portion that we're bringing forward, and you can see the amounts there for Moorpark College, almost 2.6 million, Oxnard 1.6 almost, and Ventura 2.3. We're bringing it forward for ratification. We've received notification of the funds, and we've begun to spend it and identified plans to spend it, and we're just bringing it forward for approval of ratification.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion?
I move approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any questions? Comments? If not,
I have a question, Chair.
Trustee Chancellor.
I guess the question or comment is, you know, in the analysis, Moorpark College was the only college that explicitly stated they needed to equipment necessary to make changes needed to the physical campus learning and student services environment with personal protective equipment. And I think that has language that supports a progressive approach, you know, that we can safely do some stuff. Okay. And I guess my question is, the other colleges did not have that in the Ventura's 2.2 million and Oxnard's 1.5. So I don't think that the language precludes them or prevents them from doing such, you know, using funds to do that. But I guess it's a comment to say I was pleased to see that that's occurring.
Okay. If there are no more, we have a motion on the floor. Laura, if you call the roll, please.
Trustee Kennedy?
Yes.
Trustee McKay?
Yes.
Trustee Torres?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor?
Yes.
Chair Perez?
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay. 1102, action to approve Ventura College's facilities master plan update, which is a gap plan, as I understand it.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. Do we want a Chancellor? You want a brief staff report? We have it before us. President Hoffman spoke to it in her report.
Well, if I may, so this is a gap plan, and one of the primary reasons is there is an opportunity for Ventura College to potentially apply through the IPP, FPP process, that's initial project proposal and final project proposal, to receive state funding for some facilities work. Now, it's not a guarantee that that will happen. The state has changed substantially its rules for matching funds over the last 3 to 4 years, and they're continually changing. The most recent changes, you know, have tied it a little bit to similar to the student-centered funding formula, but there's an opportunity to apply through this process, and so we can't apply at Ventura College if we don't have an updated plan. So this is just a gap plan. I would make one other comment. President Hoffman's did an excellent job talking about the sustainability in the plan, and a more robust plan going to be coming forward, and we're preparing an RFP to invite some professional experts to do that work. Most facility master plans do not include sustainability components because campuses have separate sustainability plans. Some do have sustainability components, but I just want to point out that primarily they would be facility related sustainability, but there's much more to sustainability than just facilities. So for instance, it certainly has to do a lot with the physical campus, but sustainability in the curriculum, which is a whole broad issue, and then also sustainability outreach to the community, which is a whole nother component, which would primarily be in separate sustainability plans, not in the facilities master plan.
Thank you.
Chair?
Trustee Torres.
I just wanted to, I think I might have read it here. I think it's here in the facilities plan. I'm trying to see if I can find it, but there was somewhere that I saw that we were looking into, maybe Ventura College looking into a bond potentially, like because we've used most of it was obtained back like in 2000, I can't remember the date. Yes, thank you. And I was reading in the facilities plan, it could be that part of the sustainability. And is that something that it's being discussed within the participatory governance?
So I think so. I don't know that it says it in the plan itself. It may say that, I'm not sure, and maybe President Hoffman knows, but really I think going to the point of we can request state funding of $2 million to $12 million, that's not a bond. That's just matching funds from the state. We would have to have matching funds also for some of the construction projects that exist, but we need this plan to move forward with going through the process of potentially of being able to apply and receive state funding. But it's not the same as a bond, that the community would, the electorate would vote on.
But this could probably be used. I liked it. I really liked the ideas, and it talked about the furniture and everything that our students deserve and need. So I liked it. So I was reading, I have a lot of sticky notes, but it was mostly just because there were ideas that I really liked. And I know that they were using them to support it by the master plan of the college, the education master plan. So I really liked how they were able to utilize that and use the metrics and say how the facilities was going to really be able to achieve that. And I saw where you're talking about, actually, you mentioned about closing the achievement gap in 5 years. I noticed it and that's part of what's in your educational plan, but I like the fact that it was tailored. So actually those were the comments that I had as I was reading it. There are things like so one thing I learned was you look at climate to determine the building as you're going to build it. And so there's a lot of work that goes into it. So I wanted to acknowledge that work because there's a lot of information that I learned. I saw the area of your challenges, objectives, so labs. And so it was really nice to be able to see the plans to have really beautiful buildings in order to have our students to be able to learn. So I might have read it maybe in an accreditation report. I just remember reading somewhere a bond.
Trustee Torres, on page 30, the second paragraph, it just mentions, although there is no current discussion for a new bond measure, have this priority list. So, that may be where you saw reference to a bond.
And I will add, I know there've been different conversations about bonds because we are spent down with the 2002 bond, but you do need robust facility master plans when you get ready to go out for a bond. So this is a good gap plan. They're going to be moving forward with a more robust plan, which we've discussed, I think, at Admin Services Committee, and it's written about in here. So you would need those in order to pursue a bond with the electorate if we end up going that route.
Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Chancellor, did you have any questions or comments?
Yes. So, there's some reference to the sustainability report, some areas, but I guess I'm just unclear. For example, page 116 or page 22, Objective 3 is to ensure that new and existing facilities align with the energy goals of the 2016 sustainability plan. And President Hoffman, I appreciate the information that this is a gap and we're going to bring in outside consultants. But my comment is, I think a lot of the experts are at Ventura College already. I mean, I think you have a lot of passionate ideas through students about sustainability and what our facilities can do to have a better impact on our community and our planet. And faculty and staff. But if you look at page 29, page 123, our packet, bullet number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is additional resources directed towards sustainability. So it says that's one of the greatest opportunities, but it doesn't go into any sort of detail or examples of what that means. So I think this issue of sustainability and how our college interacts with our community and our planet and our environment is too large and too critical to leave it vague or to leave it general. I also had some questions on the timeline, because on page 114, it says determine a long-term solution for food service on campus. And I think that came from the 2015. And that's a priority for me, and I know for students, the option to eat on campus besides a food truck that's running on a gas generator. So I guess what I'm asking for is, could there be some timelines? Because if we say we're going to determine a long-term solution, my question is when? And it's similar to, the reopening plan. Like, I think we just need some definitive examples. Like the demoed pool is still vacant. That's in this plan, but it has some ideas, but there's not a timeline in there. So in summary, I would just like to see some stronger language and some more, in this particular case, and my colleagues on the board might be able to give me some guidance as a new trustee, but and I know it was referenced that the Community Area Council, which I'm a part of in Ventura, was part of giving feedback on this. But to me, this is a very appropriate place for a trustee that represents Area 1 and for all trustees to give some input and some ideas. And at this point, I have not been able to do that except for seeing the gap plan now.
Chair Perez, if I could answer some of those questions.
Sure. Go ahead, please.
So we have a separate sustainability plan, Trustee Chancellor, that maybe you haven't had a chance to see, that has a little more details. And so I think that would be beneficial. It is, it needs to be reviewed. Plans are great, but to keep them working and to keep them active, they need constant review. So we're planning on doing that for next year. And the food services, you've seen that as part of some of the committee meetings that we've been looking at, hopefully going out for an RFP to have someone come in and provide hot food to our students. I think that with COVID and everything, that's probably been a little bit delayed. And lastly, with our more robust plan, we will have like community groups and invite a lot of stakeholders to provide information and feedback for the college. So as we move into our new direction or better defined direction, I think that that would be the opportunity for our trustees to provide some input.
Okay. I did not write it down if in fact somebody made a motion and a second. If so, could you remind me?
I made the motion.
Thank you. And that must, Trustee Kennedy, did you second?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. I need another break already. Okay, if there are no, Trustee Torres, did you unmute yourself? Did you have a question or comment?
No, I was just getting for the vote.
All right, good. All right, Laura, if you would call the roll, please.
Okay, Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor,
No.
Chair Perez,
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Item 12, 1201, Chancellor.
Yes, this is a standard item that comes before the board every year, and it allows for retroactive pay to occur into the previous year should any circumstances develop that would allow that to be needed.
All right, is there a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. We've seen this before. It's a pro forma. Is there any comment or question, or can we proceed to the vote?
Call for the question.
Laura?
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor,
Yes.
Chair Perez,
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
1202, Chancellor.
Yes, I'm pleased to present this item, which is for the board to approve the tentative agreement between the district and Ventura College Federation of Colleges, AFT. And again, appreciate the work of both negotiation teams. Appreciate all those that have been involved, getting us to this point, and recommend it for approval.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion, please?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. We've seen this topic a number of times. Is there any questions or discussion?
I wanted to just make a comment.
Go ahead, Trustee Torres.
So for me, I know we've come already to the resolution, and this was something that there was so much discussion, and I know for myself, for the faculty, and for really everyone who was involved, the negotiation team, all of the faculty, all of the retirees, there was a lot of times that they came and they expressed that there was no good faith bargaining in the process. We had a lot of public comments coming from their chief negotiator, from faculty coming and expressing their perspectives, from the retirees, and COVID happened. And I bring to my heart, and they stay with me, all of the comments, all of the work of everyone. And I remember those 60 emails with the plea to extend. I remember everything that happened, and then COVID hit. And with COVID, there's a lot of feelings, there's a lot of things that took place, but I want to say that I recognize the work and the efforts that went into it. And because of that, I'm not going to be supporting this contract because of the statements that I've heard of no good faith bargaining process, because of the faculty coming into the podium and express themselves, because of retirees coming and sharing their stories, the cries, the hurt. And I respect the work that was done, but because of how everything was carried out and what I have observed, this is a contract that I'm not going to be supporting for those reasons.
All right. Anybody else? Trustee Chancellor? Trustee Kennedy? Trustee McKay? Okay, well, in light of a 92.3% affirmative vote by the faculty union to support this agreement, I would ask Laura Brower to call the roll, please.
Trustee McKay,
Yes.
okay, Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
No.
Vice Chair Chancellor,
Yes.
Chair Perez,
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
All right, thank you. And Chancellor, thank you. And please convey on behalf of the board to your negotiating team our appreciation for reaching this milestone achievement. 1203.
Thank you. This is an action item to approve the change in the medical benefits to be effective for the Board of Trustees and the Personnel Commissioners. So the board approving this item will allow these individuals to have the option to obtain their medical benefits.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion and a second?
So moved.
I'll second the motion, but I have a question.
Sure. That's the purpose of a motion on the floor, to start discussion. Go ahead, Trustee McKay.
I'm just not sure that we don't need to change our board policy in advance of the in lieu. That gives, I mean, I recognize it's financially been more beneficial for a trustee to take the opt-out amount, but our board policy currently says what our salary is, and there's no mechanism for this opt-out in our board policy that states our make. And so to be consistent with board policy, I think we might need to wait on the board opt-out rate and put it in our board policy salary so that it's consistent, because there's no latitude in our board policy on how much we're paid.
Yeah, that's a good point, Trustee McKay, because we can then revise that policy, bring it back, and then we could bring this back.
So in that case, I rescind my second, because I think we should pull this until we have the policy adjusted accordingly.
It would be good, though, if we could just approve it now, but just leave the opt-out portion. So if we could modify it, because we do want to approve the trustees and the personnel commissioners moving ahead, because you need to do the sign-ups.
Okay, so let's just if we could amend the motion to take out the I guess it's number 3. Is that the opt-out? Yeah.
3.
Yeah, if we just could amend the motion to approve except for item number 3, and then we update the policy and then just stay consistent.
Yeah, and then we can bring it back with the policy. Yeah, no, that's a good catch. Thank you.
So I was the maker of the motion. So
right.
I will revise my motion to accept the item as is, with the exception of C3 being omitted.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion, it's a revised motion, basically. Laura, would you call the roll?
Trustee Kennedy?
Yes.
Trustee McKay?
Yes.
Trustee Torres?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor?
I have a question, actually. I know it should have occurred, but because I also caught C3, but really C2 I think would fall in that category.
That's correct.
Okay, it's the same context. It would place.
I had them both circled. I should have pulled them both.
Yeah, so I think we need.
Can we just consensus of the board that it was the determination that the maker of the motion, the second, meant to include C2?
Yeah, we'll roll it back, and yes, I'm okay with that as the second.
Okay, that is the maker.
Okay. Trustee Chancellor, does that satisfy your question? Okay. Then let's proceed with the vote then.
Vice Chair Chancellor?
Yes.
Chair Perez?
Yes, sorry.
Student Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay, excuse me, 1204.
Yes, so this item is for the board to consider the action to approve then the same changes for are non-using classified employees, academic managers, and executive managers. So this would result in the move to the CalPERS medical benefits, and then the same salary changes that were included in the agreement with AFT, and all the details are included in the board item there.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, any questions or comments?
Yeah, real quick, Chair Perez.
Yes, sir.
I just want to clarify, just because on page 149, number 1, and I think Dr. Al-Fattal, you addressed this, but I just want to just double check. The 2% retroactive increase will be July for everybody, correct? Because right there it says on November 1st.
Yes, so I just, for context, I put the language that the board already approved in May for that group. So it was approved November 1st. If you look on the next page, the second number 1, so not at the top of the page, but like in the middle, the second number 1 describes that it will, it's being recommended to change it to July 1st, like all other groups, rather than November 1st. You're exactly correct.
Perfect. I just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
Okay. With that, then, Laura, would you please call the roll?
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor,
Yes.
Chair Perez,
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
All right, 12:05. Chancellor, who will take this?
So this would be Laura Barroso.
Thank you, Dr. Gillespie. So we have 2 items here in this particular item. One is to abolish a placement project specialist classification in the area of institutional effectiveness. The Ventura County Adult Ed Consortium has informed us that they will not be funding this particular item no longer. We did have somebody who was in that position. That person has received notice of separation of employment as a layoff, and we are currently looking for other opportunities so that this person can be placed in lieu of that layoff. So that is this item before you today.
Thank you. And if I understand correctly, this was heard at the Administrative Services Committee on May 27th. So
correct.
Is there a motion to approve?
Move approval.
And is there a second?
Second.
Okay. If there are no additional comments or questions. Oh, Trustee Torres, are you anticipating the vote again?
Oh, I was anticipating the vote again.
All right.
Okay. Okay.
Laura?
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor,
Yes.
Chair Perez,
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Thank you. Item 1206. Is this Laura? Yes. I mean, yes, Laura.
Yes. So this is an action to approve or ratify a termination of an Oxnard College employee during the probationary period. So this is the one that we spoke of earlier.
Okay. Do I hear a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I did say earlier I was off tonight, so.
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor,
Aye. Yes.
Chair Perez,
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Okay, 1301, action to accept Moore Park, Oxnard, and Ventura College's accreditation midterm reports.
Move approval, and they did not disappoint on what to read late at night.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. Any comments or questions?
I do. I appreciate that you're so thorough, and they're all a little bit different, which is kind of nice. I sometimes wish they were all exactly the same so you could do a compare thing, but I also get it. They're not the same colleges, and so their formats are a little different.
Okay, Trustee Torres, did I hear you?
Yes, and you're right. I have all these different sticky notes on all of the different reports. So starting with Moorpark College, and actually all of them address the student learning outcomes, and I really appreciate it. And I was able to really look in terms of comparing. I didn't realize how research-based really all the work that the colleges were doing within their committees and their research, and really looking within yourself and doing those reflective pieces. And I liked the different initiatives that the college reading that they've currently taken to improve those outcomes. And I was looking, that talks about supports for faculty. I'm looking at page 15, and I was just wondering, it talks about just some of the different.
What page of the agenda would that be?
175.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I was wondering, is there, as we're moving forward with this new information and all of the different professional development opportunities, is there something that has been talked about, maybe about culture proficiency, or just bringing something along those lines within the staff? I'm sorry, that's for Julius. I should have.
Okay, thank you. Yes, actually there has been, and really our professional development committee has had, prior to the murder of George Floyd, has had cultural competence instruction and delivery of service as part of its goals. So this just sort of further enhances it. That is also very explicit in our student equity plan and in our education master plan. So those are goals that have transitioned from those documents into our midterm report, and they align with the feedback that we received from the accrediting committee when they visited us prior.
I really liked, I'm going from different pages, but I also went to page 183, and I really liked the program review process that you're looking at the student achievement and learning data, and you're looking at that annually. Yes. And that really, I was really happy to see that, because that informs everything that you're doing. And so when I was looking at this, I was really happy to see that, and some of the things you're already doing. I know that even later down, when you're identifying appropriate college programs, you have expanded the list to include 80 programs. And the colleges identified 2 additional programs that should go under program planning. And I just really wanted to say it was a really nice read. And if I can share these, I have stickies, but I have I have stars, and then I say yes. And then there's a lot of things that I saw about just the thorough work that's really going into analyzing. And you brought in a lot of the research. So this particular, your report is very research heavy. And I really liked seeing that, because you're really looking at those outcomes. And so I just wanted to say that I really appreciated that in the work that you're doing. I noticed that you also have AB 705 as one of the areas of the QFEs. I think it's trying to look at where the number is, 0.06, and then right below it, 0.07 is a student equity plan. And one of the questions that I have for all 3 of the colleges, it's looking at those dropout rates. And so because we talk about AB 705, the concern that I have, which I'm pretty sure probably the 3 colleges will share it with me, is we're including this, but the last time, or maybe just for the board for us to know, the last time anything was presented to the board was February of 2019. And we haven't really been able to see any more information, but just dropout rates would be important. I know that throughout the reports, I hear about the successes that are happening within the English and math, yes, but I'm not hearing about the students that are dropping. And it goes back to with COVID, when we had a lot of our students dropping because either they need the money, they're not connecting. And so as much as we're tailoring and keeping data on the success, I don't want to lose the ones that are dropping and then finding out what can we put in place. but I wanted to say that I enjoyed it because yours was heavy on research. And I know as I go to the other colleges, there was one that was really heavy on the participatory governance process, to the point that they even, I think that's Oxnard College, to the point they even changed the name of their committee, because they had two committees that had the word planning, but only one of them actually planned. And I think that's for Oxnard College. So for Moorpark, I just wanted to say it was really nice reading it, and those were just some observations.
Thank you very much. The committee that has worked on this includes our director and our dean of IE. It includes the academic senate members. It includes our classified professionals, across campus, cross-functional team. And the focus has always been on being able to demonstrate the outcomes for students. And so we're using the document as a way of illustrating that. One of the questions or one of the comments that I consistently make on campus is that, you know, we say 64% of our students complete within the 5-year period, and we're the best in the state. The reality of that is that then 36% of our students are not completing within that time frame. So the focus for our college is to look at that 36% and see how we're addressing their need. Are we doing it through our Guided Pathways Initiative? Are we doing it through the work that our math and English folks are doing with AB 705? And we see that our English folks are doing really successfully with AB 705, and our math folks are now building capacity to be able to do that work. So I appreciate your calling that out, Trustee Torres, that we focus on the students who are doing less, or who have been able to accomplish less. What resources and what supports we give them to enable them to be successful, because we know that it's about resources and supporting those students.
Thank you very much. I really enjoyed that. My next question is going to be now for Oxnard College. And when I was reading at the plan, and so I'm on page 201, and it talks about, so the master, so right now you have committees in place. I believe that's what I read, that's looking at the educational master plan, but we currently have an expired plan, right? Because I see that this one, our current educational master plan expired December 2019. And then the process for drafting a new EMP will begin into 2021. And it was going to happen during an annual planning retreat, but because of COVID, that retreat didn't happen. So I did read that within the notes. So are we okay that we have an expire, or do we get or does the accreditation look at that as kind of frowns on it, that one of our colleges doesn't have a current education plan?
The usual practice, Trustee Torres, is that if you're working on the issues that they've identified or you've identified, that's really what they care about more than the finished product. However, it's really important to the college to have a current educational master plan. So we were frustrated that we had to postpone our planning retreat in April, but we are rescheduling it for late September. We're using the time in between to gather some additional information and input about it. But it's one of our top goals is to have our planning retreat in late September and complete that plan. It's one of the subjects of our constant discussions at Executive Council, where we're joined each week by the presidents of the academic and the classified senate, as well as our senior leadership team. So it's a big goal for us. I don't think it's going to be an accreditation challenge, but it is important to the college.
Okay, I was just wondering, but I really liked, and I even wrote this, love this. I mean, if I can scan these, you would see my notes. And this is on page 200, because you talk about going into the mission part of the retreat. I really like seeing that, and I'm glad it was addressed, because that's the core of a community. And so when I saw that this retreat was going to have that, I was very happy to read that and to see like just the work that's going into it. I know you're also looking at the student learning outcomes, and there's a lot of mapping, there's a lot of work, and I was able to see that Oxnard College did a lot also within the governing committees and just changing names, because there was a point that you have a budget planning committee, and then there was another planning committee, but one didn't do planning. And so you decided to, okay, let's look at this and fix it. And so I really appreciated seeing that, and you really took on to even align, okay, program review, resource request review process. How does that look like, and where does it go to? So I appreciated reading because I learned a lot about where the college is proceed, and I think this is really good if there's process in place that wasn't very transparent, because that's the reason you decided to look into it, because in this participatory process, it wasn't transparent at all. So I really like that that was addressed and you went into it very detailed. The different growth opportunities. I liked, there's a lot of things, just really good work. And I just wanted to also just point it out because there's even a social justice component. I think I'm on page 212 when you're looking at, there was one that you're looking at the SLOs and the PSLOs, and you're looking to see if you have to do any revisions because you state effectiveness for students in the classroom. And so I mean, everybody's looking really hard, and I really wanted to say how much I appreciate that, because this is how learning happens, and you have to look at all these processes, and it's time consuming, it's a lot of work. But I really thank all of the committees, all of the members who do this hard work, because it's a lot of discussion. And so I mean, I enjoyed reading it. I mean, everything. I can continue going on as well. But I really liked it because you also addressed the student equity, and yours was very heavy on your governance process to make sure it's fair, it's transparent, that there's accountability. And once you have that, then you can move forward and build strong culture. So I just wanted to point out that I really appreciated and acknowledge the work that you did in that respect. So
thank you.
Comments and questions. It's just more a shout out to the good work.
Thank you for that feedback, Trustee Torres. And I'd want to pass along your appreciation to primarily to Dr. Art Sanford for the work he did on the midterm report. But on the Participatory Governance Handbook, it was a collaborative effort between President of the Academic Senate, Amy Edwards, the President of the Classified Senate, Amparo Medina, and Vice President Chris Renbarger, that we're responding to really a challenge that they'd had in prior leadership and prior administration, and to make it a much more transparent and collaborative process for making decisions.
Thank you. And then for Ventura College had a lot of things already in place, and it was very thorough, very detailed. They even provided like reports that I appreciated on the annual fiscal report, how that looks like, what you're going to be submitting. And I really appreciated just understanding and learning as well, like you're looking at those equity gaps. It was really cool. I didn't realize that there was deans of institutional effectiveness at the colleges. I thought it was just Larry at the district. But you have these full-on supports, and you talk about how to track this data. You talk about on page 236, one of your objectives, which is the increase to the fall to spring persistence rate to 85%, and then the fall rate to 70%. I just liked how you're getting all of our new students prepared, how you made that a focus, and how you have made it a focus, and you've been that leadership in even starting the College Promise that went statewide, but it started at Ventura College. And so I liked all the steps you're taking within everyone on campus to ensure that all of our students have those good opportunities. And I know I'm talking a lot, but I know that this is a lot of work, and I just highlighted a whole bunch. You have a mini grant program for initiatives to support diversity and equal opportunity. There's things that you think outside of the box. And so it was really nice to be able to see that. You brought stats of what does it look like, the gender balance of Ventura College in terms of the supports and administration. At one point you said in 2019-20, it reflects 53% of females and 47% males, where in 2016 there was a 36% in female and 64% email. So you took it a step further to start addressing other things. I really wanted to highlight your diversity in leadership speaker series. That is amazing. You talk about bringing in, you brought Edmund, you brought this other to come and talk about diversity and how to work with students and the staff. So I was very happy to just see all of these wonderful things. The only really the only question and maybe just suggestion that I have going forward is just the statistics for the dropout rate, also for AB 705, because it's brought up a lot. And just looking at how that dropout rate looks like. Again, governance committees and the participatory process. I know you worked on it before and you mentioned it this year. And so I just wanted to say thank you for all of your hard work to all of the committees, because as I was reading it, there was details. There's goals of the action project, the desired outcomes, progress dates. So I looked at it and enjoyed it. There was one question though on page 257. It talks about there's private Friday outreach events and the requirement of our first year experience, as well as our College Promise financial aid programs. And so you use that to incentivize students to complete those foundational courses in their first year. So does that mean that students through first year, in order to take advantage of the College Promise, they need to be enrolled not only full-time, but they also must be enrolled their first year in English and math in order to receive the College Promise?
So thank you, Trustee Torres, for reading it so thoroughly. I'm very impressed. With regards to your question, no, that's a recommendation for the Promise program and for our first year experience, because we know if they have a solid foundation in English and math, it'll help them in all their coursework, but that wouldn't prohibit them from being eligible for the Promise.
Okay, that was just a question I had. But other than that, I'm not kidding you. I read these reports and I wanted to be part of some of those retreats or meetings, and mostly to learn, because it's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of research, but I learned a lot about what happens at the college, what's been done, what are you thinking of doing, and I really liked it because you acknowledge some of the deficiencies, the areas of improvement, and then what you're currently going to do to make it better. And so I learned a lot. I felt like I got to know the colleges individually where they're at and celebrate their successes, and also be able to be of support in those areas that they want to grow. So I like that there was involvement of all the stakeholders, that these committees are owned by all stakeholders and they go through a process. So I'm happy to have read that. I'm really happy that Oxnard College really worked on their process to make it really transparent. So I wrote all these good things that I wanted to just share them. So those are my comments.
Excellent. Then I hope you will look forward to supporting the motion by Trustee McKay, seconded by Trustee Kennedy. If there are no other comments or questions, Laura, would you call the roll, please?
Trustee Kennedy?
Yes.
Trustee McKay?
Yes.
Trustee Torres?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor?
Yes.
Chair Perez?
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so these next several items are board policies beginning with 1302 through 1315. These were on our May 12th agenda, which we held over to today's meeting. So hopefully you've all had ample time to have reviewed them, and if there weren't any questions submitted, hopefully there aren't any questions on this. I'd like to, if we can, if there's a board policy that one wants to address, maybe we can pull that out and look for a motion to approve these in a bundle, if that works. And Vice Chair Chancellor, I had mentioned this to you earlier. Any thoughts on how to proceed?
Yeah, I'll take the recommendation. Well, let me first pose the question for colleagues on the board. Are there any policies 1301 through 1318? I have two that I'd like to discuss. So those are 13.02 and 13.12.
Okay.
But the other courses I am prepared to clump together.
I have some I would like to pull for discussion.
Okay, which are they?
1307, 1313, and 1315.
Okay. Trustees McKay and Kennedy.
I think I got my questions answered today, I think sufficiently when
Okay. That's encouraging. Trustee Kennedy?
May I make a motion
You may.
to bundle 13.03 through 1318, taking out 1307, 13.12, and 13.13, and 13.15.
Great. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Laura?
Trustee Kennedy?
Yes.
Trustee McKay?
Yes.
Trustee Torres?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor?
Yes.
Chair Perez?
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay, so then the first outstanding board policy is item 1302. I believe Trustee Chancellor.
I think probably, since they're not consent items, treat them as normal action items, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
make a motion, a second, and then discussion.
Good catch. Thank you.
All right, I'll move approval.
Second.
1302.
Okay, McKay moved and Kennedy second. Trustee Chancellor.
Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. The fifth paragraph down, and I'm going to make this recommendation with the very clear distinction, two distinctions. I'd like to see the language where it says the chancellor has the authority to authorize employment to be changed to the chancellor has the authority to recommend to the board, or the chancellor somewhere to make a recommendation to offer an employment. And I clearly understand that that does not mean the trustees would get involved with selecting employment. Like, in other words, who is going to have that position. It is very possible to take a recommendation for employment to the board first. It can be done without stopping the process or putting and I say that because multiple community college districts do just that right now, every month. So I know this community college district in the past did that, but relinquished that authority to take to take it as a recommendation. But I, for one, would like to see, and I think what that does is it creates a greater sense of accountability to make sure that all boxes have been checked, background checks, contracts are written correctly. I mean, there's a wide slew of things that could occur. So that's something that's the only recommendation in delegation of authority to the chancellor that I would like to see.
I thought we talked about the addition of paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, regarding financial status of the district and its individual colleges.
Yes, good catch. I forgot that part was in there.
Elaborate on that, Trustee McKay.
It was just on the last part of the paragraph. It says the board will be fully
last part of which paragraph?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
It says, the last sentence says, the chancellor will make appropriate periodic reports to the board and shall keep the board fully advised regarding the financial status of the districts and its individual colleges. It's just so we don't know. It's that it's that line that we're a multi-district college, and I mean just multi-college district, and we want to know that the colleges are okay and the district is okay.
Chair.
Trustee Kennedy.
So as far as the first recommendation, I don't believe that's wise. And I worked 33 years on a campus, and it could hold up people getting hired. And that's one reason. And the second, because there's just such timelines we can't control, including the Personnel Commission or getting a notice through a grant. There's a lot of timelines. And even more importantly, the second reason is that every individual works for the chancellor. We have one employee, and that's the chancellor. So now, the chancellor, he or she, could be in a position where the board doesn't approve of somebody, but he has to work with that person. And it would be a very dangerous, and if there are other districts that are doing that, I'm unaware of that, and I trust that Trustee Chancellor is correct, but I don't think that they're happy with that. And as far as what is adding to the financial status of the district and individual colleges, I think that's fine.
Okay.
Something else.
Trustee Torres.
Recommendation. So I'm looking, and it's just a change. It's just really changing language. I'm looking at page 282 at the second paragraph. And it's a second sentence that starts, the chancellor is in power. So my recommendation was, instead of empowered, to be supported. So the chancellor, instead of empowered, the chancellor is supported to reasonably interpret board policy and end it with a period there, because after that it says without trustee interference. And I feel that he's interpreting board policy. We have board policy, there's APs in place. He's interpreting them. And so it reads the same. It's the chancellor is supported to reasonably interpret board policy, period.
Well, Chair.
Trustee Kennedy.
That's right out of the CCLC
Right.
handbook, which sometimes my fellow trustees are quoting and other times not. And I believe that we actually took out the word undo at a previous meeting and agreed to just call it trustee without trustee interference. So I think the wording is fine.
It is the way it's written in ACCT and CCLC.
Okay. Then I concur with that. So I see a consensus to not change that wording. I see concurrence or consensus to accept the change about adding and its individual colleges regarding the financial status. I don't recall exactly where I've seen it, but I know there's been interest, if not action, in process to do what we can to expedite the hiring process. And so I think changing that word from authorized to recommend, is that what you had suggested, Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah,
would be
that comes
giving
from
mixed messages to what we're trying to accomplish. So I could not support that suggested change. You wanted to add on to that, Trustee Chancellor?
Yeah, again, that comes from the language of numerous community college districts. And I know, Trustee Kennedy, you shared, what you do often, and I don't make light of it. I truly value your 33 years of experience. And, but I believe that the majority of that 33 years of wonderful experience did have a policy where it was a recommendation to the board for this district. And I know that was, given up, and Trustee McKay might be able to have the definitive date of when, the board gave that up. But again, it's a best practice that I see a lot of other community college districts utilizing, just for the accountability piece. Again, not for involvement, not for getting involved in the operations, not for slowing anything down. We have very thorough processes to ensure that we are picking the right candidates, but this is just a tool to increase accountability, to make sure that we are doing everything we can as a district, and we can say that we are. So
we have
Trustee McKay.
I'm sorry, Chair. The HR policies are coming back to us. That's where we get specific on the ones, the presidents and the vice chairs that we gave up in a very cold night at Ventura College in 2013, I believe. No, 2012. And this, I think, is just I see this as the day-to-day, authorize the day-to-day hiring of what the college presidents have to do. It's a different thing than what we're looking at for the vice chancellors and presidents that we want to have more input in. But again, I'm happy to look at this in light of those other HR policies and make sure they're all in line, and just not vote on this tonight so that we get it right. I mean, right now, the way it is right now is the way it's written. So by not voting on tonight, it just stays the way it's written until we get it right. But it just sounds like to make this many changes at the meeting, I think is crazy. You and I need to just go back with the HR policies and get them all in line.
I agree.
Okay.
That sounds like a prudent course of action. Okay, good. So we will just table this item then. The next item then would be 1307, Board Policy 4222, Trustee Torres.
Yes, I'm looking at page.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry.
No, that's right.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, I heard Trustee Torres moved and Trustee McKay seconded. Trustee Torres.
Okay, so I moved it for discussion.
Yes.
So I was reading this information, and I also looked actually at the law. So and it talks about our students, once they've reached the 30-unit limit in terms of remedial coursework attempted, they have to they get referred out to try to get the foundations, and then they have to reapply back with us. And for us being the community college, I just want our students to stay with us, because if they've reached their limit, then maybe there's something else that we can do to support them. They're like our students, and we take care of them, and I feel referring them out somewhere else. If for some reason they reach that 30-unit limit, it just doesn't, it concerns me. Because we do have all these course offerings, all these supports, all these great faculty, all these great support tutoring centers. There's so much, but having this language and this policy concerns me, because if for some reason a student were to reach that, and the goal is that they don't reach it, that's really the goal, that they get everything in place. But should a student reach that maximum, they would have to go somewhere else before they get reinstated back into one of our colleges. So,
if I might give a little context, I agree with you. Particularly with COVID, someone might, the online stuff might not work for them, and I wrote that note myself. We're probably going to have to revisit it. This happened when we had to, as a way to deal with the budget in 2012. That we had to make some choices on our remedial course offerings just in order to keep the colleges solvent. So I agree with you. Especially when students are being asked to take courses online and may or may not in a remedial setting be successful, but we may have to go back. We can make it more units tonight, but I just want to warn you, when we start looking at where we're going to find money, it seems it's where we're going to go back to. So we can do it now or we can do it later, but to add remedial units at the what's going to be, and the reason this choice was made was at the expense of our other students that were you know, on track to get a degree, because it just, you have to limit how many classes you offer. That's how it happened. So as long as you understand the context of, it wasn't done because we wanted to cut students off. We know we're the, you know, we know who we are and who we serve, and this was a hard policy to put in place in the first place, but we're going there again.
And real quick, just to clarify that wording is in the AP. So the board policy is very general. The 30 is in the AP. So if the board is suggesting that different, we need to actually take it back on the administrative side and go to DTRW and bring it back.
I would just say, in light of COVID, maybe a little, Trustee Torres, if you agree, maybe a little bit of flexibility with that. But knowing that we're going to go into tough budget times, I just am not even, I know how that got put in place. And
yeah, I just feel that and that's where we come together. There's always going to be hard times. There's always different times of hard times. And I feel coming together and brainstorming and having our students involved, we could look at ways. We hope that they don't max it out, but I don't want to say if for those few, and my hope is that there's only those few, that we don't have so many, but for those that we don't say, okay, I'm sorry, you reached the limit, so you need to go somewhere else and then apply for reinstatement. So that was just where I kind of want, and I don't know if this would go back to, the process committee or, into looking into that. I know that the way the law was written, because I looked it up, they give recommendations but it doesn't have to be in terms of what happens once they reach their limit. What does the college do? So it does say that, yeah, you have variables of what you can do with it, and it's, which I was happy to see that, and that's why I brought it up, because I wanted to research the law, just what it stated, before I brought it up, because I didn't want to bring something up that couldn't be considered. But this is more internal, what we choose to do and bring of support to our students. And so, again, because who we are, Hispanic serving institutions, and we have that in our 3 of our colleges and our students during these times, it's a reason why I'm coming in, and I'm very confident with the professionalism, the skills, the knowledge, expertise of everyone on our campuses. We can come up with programs that can help our students, that they can be successful. And so far, I've been hearing good things, but this is just for some of our students, and some of our most vulnerable students that we write equity plans on. Some they could go over or not, but that's kind of where I was at in terms of this particular area.
Trustee McKay, was the explanation that you just provided, was that part of the policy committee discussion?
no, because it's in the AP. What she's referring to is in the AP. I did. Okay. I myself, I put a note by it because, again, in this online world, it seemed a little bit restrictive, but it's in the AP, so we have to put it back in the hands of those who write the administrative policies, and just say that the board maybe would like a little more latitude for our remedial students in certain cases, or whatever that might be. So again, just kick the whole thing back to Josh and I, and we'll put language in the policy that gives the AP the flexibility that I think we're going to need until we're back in at least full on teaching and we know what our budget's going to be.
Chancellor, you were going to add something?
Chair, yeah. If the board's okay with it, you could approve these items so that we do get the word changes and some of the legal changes in, so that this is up to date and we can still bring it right back to policy for another revision. But that way,
I didn't think this one had any of those, but I was looking at 1308, so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. And they're not significant, but they are some changes that would be helpful to just get approved.
Yeah, I don't mind approving it as long as we bring it back and look at it.
I'm in favor of it.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Trustee Torres, I hope that's a workable solution in your view.
if I may, Chair. So I know both Trustee McKay and Trustee Chancellor are on the policy committee. So if this gets approved, does this mean it still goes back to the policy and you'll work them out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And so this would be in place until, when would this go? Does this basically?
They can bring it back, and we meet in what, a week from Thursday, Josh?
Yeah, I just, it feels a little conflicting to, for example, the delegation of authority to the chancellor to say, well, we have changes to make. Let's bring it back to policy. Let's not take action. I just feel in the equity piece, there's changes that need to be perhaps made to this policy, or at least a discussion. I think we should hold off. At least I would feel much more comfortable holding off on approving this policy until, because I think when we vote to approve it, we vote to approve it. And
it's fine. It doesn't really matter. I mean, this policy's in effect right now. It's at 30 credits right now. So
It's just there was that language of students who successfully completes remedial coursework who demonstrate skill levels can request reinstatement. That will not go into place if we don't vote it in now.
Correct.
So the benefit to a student won't go into place now. It's summer and people are maybe petitioning to get into a class. So I wanted the benefit to go into place while we fix it.
Right. And that's why, I'd recommend it for us to just approve it, and then it can go right back and we can consider the other. But again, it doesn't need to be a big issue.
Okay, so just for my clarification, if this doesn't get approved and there should be a student who wants to be reinstated, they would not be able to be reinstated because if the policy isn't approved?
The AP.
Oh, the AP, I'm sorry, the AP.
Yeah, I mean, the policy, everything we want done is in the AP. And what we're telling the district as the policymakers is that we don't feel like the AP fits our policy. And so we want them to fix it. And so then they bring that AP back to make sure it matches the policy that the board had in mind. That's why we put the APs behind the board policies, because if the AP doesn't match up with what we have in mind for the board policy, then that's what we're telling them, is that we don't feel that this AP is matching up with what we have in mind. That make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just wondering how fast this can get done. The APs, is that because it's a process?
I'm sorry.
The AP will require going through DTRWI again. So it's not going to be very fast with summer right now.
Okay.
It'd be in the fall, probably.
In the fall?
Yeah.
And then it comes back to us, or it wouldn't come back to us, I'm sorry, because we already approved the policy, so it's just the AP that would get reviewed.
We're asking to have both approved now, but then we would bring it back to policy. It'll go to DTRWI. And Larry, I don't know what DTRWI's meeting schedule is or when this would be discussed there again. Do you want to share with that?
And I believe we meet the third week of August, but it might not be until September.
Yeah, so it'd come to the board in September or October.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean, if the board approves it now, there is the addition of the flexibility there that doesn't exist in the current AP.
We didn't make any changes to the policy. So approving it or not approving it actually doesn't make any difference. It's really, we're just saying that we would like some changes to the AP to be more in line with the board policy, or we rewrite the board policy to give more clarity to it. But approving it or not approving it tonight doesn't change that 30 unit.
Right.
AP.
Okay. So then, in order, and I agree with what Trustee Chancellor was saying, and thank you, Trustee McKay, for that clarification, and for Greg. So then if we're going to be, at least for myself, if I'm going to be approving something, I know it still stays in place. It's still going to continue until until the change is made. Can we just wait then for it to come with the AP revision and then look at it at that point if there's no difference whether we approve it or not tonight?
Sure. I mean, not my
Yeah.
call, but
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, that's what I understood the chancellor to say, that we can choose to adopt this tonight or not. And so it seems
Right, correct. The only thing that won't happen,
right. No, I
Trustee
understand.
is you're not going to have the statement in there that allows the student to be reinstated if they request it.
Right.
I actually think that's right, because that's the AP, and we're not voting on the AP.
Right.
I mean, technically, we should have caught this in policy, and that's on me. I've been a trustee long enough. There were no changes to this board policy. All this is
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So there's
That's
no
right.
change in this board policy at all. There's no reason for us to be voting. So I guess our ask is that we're probably going to have to revisit, as in policy committee, our remedial policies and make sure they're in alignment with how we're feeling as a board.
Right.
And that's something we can talk about in our strategic planning session, and we should.
Well,
so it doesn't matter. You're right.
Yeah, so we should just table it because there's no change to this. There's no reason to vote on it.
Well, excuse me, but as I'm looking at the board policy, I see some underlined language that indicates to me that it is added language. The chancellor, this is on page 323, the chancellor, and then it's got underlined in consultation with academic senate.
Oh, yeah. It does have a change of.
So it is changed.
Sorry, I was reading the wrong page.
Well, we have a motion on the floor, initiated for discussion, but we are at that point where let's vote on the motion.
Okay.
Laura?
Trustee Kennedy?
Yes.
Trustee McKay?
Yes.
Trustee Torres?
No.
Vice Chair Chancellor?
No.
Chair Perez?
Yes.
And Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. 1312, Trustee Chancellor. This is Board Policy 5035.
So this came up in policy, and I don't know if Dr. Pena is with us tonight, but my concern in policy was if a student has a financial emergency like COVID or something and has a financial obligation to pay the college and their registration for example, from fall to spring is withheld, or right now from spring to fall, the current board policy will not allow that student to register. During policy, Dr. Pena was very clear and said, we have a mechanism in place that the students can petition to, for example, at Ventura College, his position, and get a waiver for that. I just said we should have language, if in fact that's our practice, we should have language that states that. So I thought we were going to work on that, and I it's my bad, I did not catch that until late last night, but or actually this morning. So with that said, my concern is financial emergencies happen. I get that colleges need to receive funds, that they are, of course, whatever the word is, that it's getting late in the night. But if it stops a student from registering, I feel that that's not a productive avenue. So and I'm very happy that I know, for one, Ventura College has a way for students to petition to Dr. Pena and get a waiver and continue their education until they can pay off their debt. I would just like to see some language that ensures students.
Trustee Vice Chair, they actually did add the language that appeals to this procedure should be addressed by the Vice President of Student Services at each campus. It's in the AP.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They did add that language because we asked them to.
That's great. I was looking for it in the board policy, so I didn't realize it would be in there. So I apologize. Don't mean to waste people's time. And special thank you to whoever put that in the.
Excellent, excellent. And
with that,
we have a motion on this item.
With that, I'd love to make a motion.
Thank you. See, nobody caught it. I messed up, and it is getting late. Trustee Chancellor, I'm hearing a motion from him. Is there a second? Trustee McKay seconds. Laura.
Trustee Kennedy.
Yes.
Trustee McKay.
Yes.
Trustee Torres.
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor.
Yes.
Chair Perez.
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
All right. Item 1313, Board Policy 5055. Trustee Torres. Wait a minute. I was going to do it again. Is there a motion to initiate discussion?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. Trustee Torres.
Okay. So I was reading the board policy as well as the AP. And so the spirit of the board policy and what we see in terms of that receive priority registration for enrollment, it's always been CalWORKs, EOPS, DSPS, foster youth, homeless, and military veterans. So those are the students that receive the priority enrollment. And of course, there's our continuing students that continue to enroll before everybody else. So as I was reading this, it's moved on to include students if this is their first year experience registering. They have to meet a criteria. Different colleges have criteria, but they now get also priority registration. It talks about, I think it includes also now, it has athletes also that receive priority registration. It's stating also associated student government get priority registration, and myself being involved also at the college when I was going in college, people work because they love it, but the spirit is that the priority registration went to these vulnerable groups because they needed to ensure that they had the courses available. And so I want to say that everybody's now enrolling, everybody's enrolling first, everybody's priority registration. And so now it takes away from our EOPS. So for example, if I'm a freshman student and I just happen to enroll, because we got to recognize that everybody's coming to our colleges. And if I happen to go through the process early on as a first year student, I just took a spot for any of these other students that are EOPS, CalWORKs, DSPS, even for continuing students. Now I have athletes, their student government. So I think we're losing the essence of what priority registration was entailed for. And so I keep on seeing more things added to it. And these groups are the same ones you see at the universities, at your EOPS, your CalWORKs. So I just wanted to have the discussion because I feel that just more groups are added to it, and it takes away now from classes for our students, particularly our underserved, because we have to also recognize their students at the high school that they're very well prepared. They're like, this is what I'm going to do enrollment. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And then some of our students that need to get those classes because they're struggling and they're like, okay, I'm in it. I really need this class in order to transfer. I really need this class. I just need it in order to meet my criteria for financial aid. There's many different reasons. And so I think the spirit of priority registration of who those student groups are has been lost. And so if I'm a first year student, I'm trying to determine if that's the only reason you're going to get a class. I don't.
Chair Perez?
Vice Chancellor Buckley?
Just to note that the groups that are in priority 1 have first priority, meaning that they get to register before anyone in group 2 goes along to. So,
and that's on page 374 of the agenda.
Correct. Yeah. Right. So those athletes and associated students do not come before the CalWORKs and EOPS, DSPS students. Those students in priority 1 still go first. As regards the student athletes, this was apparently added a year or two ago. I don't know the circumstance of that. We did have at DTRW SS, several groups coming and wanting to have priority registration for additional groups. The committee had to make some very difficult decisions and to face their colleagues in this. The argument about adding associated students to this group, the second level group, had to do with their volunteering to be of service to the institutions, and that having the priority registration at level 2 gave them a better shot at getting courses that didn't interfere with associated student meetings and activities. So it was a bow to their service to the colleges rather than giving them a special advantage.
I understand it. I know for myself, when you're let's talk about associated students, they're involved because they want to give, and many of our students, if they're continuing, they're going to have that priority continuing students. If they're EOPS students, they already will have it, and they're doing this really good work for the love of it. And so it's always about what can I do and not so I can benefit. And so I know them because I was one of them. And so I think it's nice to be able to want to give this to them, but it puts them in a tough spot when there's other students that they're representing. And so here I'm a student I'm a student government and involved, and I'm supposed to represent you, but guess what? Because I'm in this position, I get to register before you. So then they also get to be put in a position where other students are not gonna look at them like, hey, you're supposed to represent me, but you're taking advantage of it because you get a class before me. And so I don't wanna put them in a situation where that can happen. And so I think that our students that are involved will probably fit, if they fit a criteria, if they're continuing, they'll be able to register early anyways. And I think that that's one of the things that I can see happening, and I want to be protective of that because it can diminish the work that they do, because other students will look at it as this is a benefit. And so that's just a perspective, and I'm not really just pinpointing, I'm just looking at the spirit really of the policy. So I'm not pinpointing different groups, but I think when we have these protective groups that we have protected by law that receive the enrollment priority and we're abiding by it, we're in a good place. And then once we start adding different groups, then now we're looking at we're giving priority. So now it's looking upon, well, because you're an athlete, I'm going to give you priority to enroll. When I'm a student who I have 2 jobs and I'm helping my mom or I have my child, and because I'm not playing sports, I don't get to register for that class. So now we put our students, we look as a board that we're putting preference on certain things. And so when I think we stay with the spirit of those protected groups and they receive these supports that are supported by law, I think we're in a good place. And so I just kind of wanted to bring it up for the conversation. I know
we once again wandered into the AP
Right.
And so I think that I remember when the athletes were added, Dr. Buckley refers to when the associated students were added, the athletes were added. They came to the board to plead with us that getting their schedules to work around so that they could play for our teams was really hard. Just like, for the ASG students to have it work around their schedule. By the time they're at number 2, it has at least been my experience that it's really those level 1s that are the spirit of our board policy, but also the spirit of our board policy is to trust this work group to then put the rest of it in order. Because again, our board policy just says that, with the academic senate, shall establish procedures defining enrollment priorities, limitations, and processes. That's what our board policy says. And so if you want to send the AP back and say, there's an awful lot of language here that's been changed for technical reasons. It's not up to us to change the AP. Someone else has to do that.
So then is this more of, because all of our board policies are super vague, and so that's why, and that's why I looked at the APs and I recognized that I wanted to get into the meat of it, right? Because here's a board policy, but our board policies are this is just one sentence. And so and the committees are going to have to do a lot of work because there's not much direction. And So maybe, and I'm asking questions because I have to go to the board, to the AP to understand how the policy is how it's being carried out. And so I don't know if this is then more of us going back to the board policy and then giving a little bit more of a specific direction. I don't know. And I don't know where we,
Well, I mean, one thing, I mean, the AP I think is really particularly important on this. It talks about the multiple measures of enrollment. And so, I mean, in this one, I think some really good work was done. And it sounds to me like they had a really robust discussion about the ASG students. And so it's then we really are sticking our nose into the academic matter of this work group of saying, take the athletes out, take the ASG students out, because we don't want them in there. And I think that's when we cross that operational line. We've said we wanted them to form priorities. If we want to, again, in our strategic planning, if we want to put some priorities in place on enrollment again, and again, we're probably going to have to look at it as a function of budget anyway, then we can do it. But right now, the way our board policy reads, we've asked them to do it.
Okay,
Trustee Torres, if I may, real quickly. A lot of work has gone into this policy. Admittedly, Trustee Torres, not so much into the board policy. The work's been put into the AP. So I agree with you on the concept that a lot of our board policies aren't policies per se. They're more like directives, or as you said, a vague statement. It doesn't really say anything. The meat of it is often in the AP. So I think for a future discussion, the board needs to look more critically at the board policies that we're adopting. What are we saying in these policies that we want the APs to reflect? I think we've got to do better at that. But your number one concern, I think, is addressed. Those categories in priority one are unchanged. So I don't think those groups are going to be harmed in the priority registration process. And the rest of the stuff, I think we will be looking at a future time once we have a better policy that we come up with. That's how I see it.
Thanks for that, Chair Perez.
Pardon?
I said thanks for that from the policy committee, but we'll look at it.
No, it's not the committee's fault at all. It's just, a lot of these policies, and I hate to use these words, but they've served the district, they've served the board, and because they were written in this way, and they've always been written that way, and some questions are being raised about why and why not this when we see some shortcomings in the APs. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, because the other one that's in there is the 90 unit one.
Right.
That was specific to budget.
Right.
That, we had students that were like, we used to promote lifelong learning, but we had to.
Well, it wasn't just budget. It was if we're making students come up with an ed plan and we want them to follow it so that they can get in and through and out, then there's
we had to make room for them.
Yeah, right.
And so our board strategic goal was to churn the students through. And so that's why once you went over 90 units, you went to the end of the line again. So there was actually a lot of board discussion around some of these.
There's a lot of nuance to these things.
I have a question.
Yes, sir. Trust.
And I ask this holistically for like best practice. So the board policy reads, the chancellor in consultation with academic senates. The way I interpret that is the chancellor would then seek maybe some direction or input from, colleagues on the governing board, us board members. And, I think that's the missing component here, because I think if with that connection piece, the chancellor, would have known that, there's some concern with this. And so I guess, Trustee Torres, you're right. This language is very vague, but there's a very specific component in there that there's two bodies that are going to, work together to come up with this, administrative policy and board, to take into account of the board policy. And that's the chancellor and the academic senate. And I know we have a policy committee that's working with the chancellor, but in this, and again, this goes back to the disconnect, I think, with having two trustees on a policy and then having two other trustees on a different policy, because I missed this. I read this and I went, okay, this looks okay. But, Trustee Torres has some legitimate concerns that now I'm hearing, and it brings about an issue that it's almost too late, but it's not too late because it's here in front of us to vote on this or to send it back. So I guess that structurally, I'm just looking at this, that, we have these committees to accomplish what I described, the chancellor working with the board, but it's tough when he or she is only working with two trustees at a time. And it just leaves a gap. So I guess I'm seeing that more and more with some of these policies, so.
I have a question.
Trustee McKay?
I see that the thing that happened is they defined each of those priority, the big change in the AP is they defined those priority students, who they are, that a continuing student is this, a returning student is this, foster youth is this. And so there's no wiggle room in what those things are. And so to me, it's the opposite. It can't get watered down because it put firm definition of what each one of those things were that got that number one priority slot. And I think that's important that that's defined. And so I'm pleased with the AP, but I guess I was around for more of the development of it. And that doesn't mean that I didn't highlight the student athlete, because I did. It's in yellow in my binder. And so is the 90 units. We might have to think about that again. But it was just for thinking about it again. For right now, I was really happy to see that those bullet points were finally really well defined in the AP.
I have a question.
Okay, student trustee.
So if all these groups are trying to be added to the priority registration, does that take away for the amount of time that the priority registration students now have to register?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, but who wants to answer that?
No, it does not.
Well, no,
Yeah.
like already priority registration students for the amount of time that they had to be able to register. So that way it could push up every group that wants to be on this priority registration could be able to register before regular students.
Right.
Yeah.
Chair.
I think
Trustee Kennedy.
The way it probably still works is if you're a CalWorks at EOPS, you have a counselor, you have a week before anyone else can register, and you work with the students that you're mentoring, and you get them the classes they need before they're put out for everybody else. So that's the priority one. So the priority two and beyond are a week later, unless that's changed. So.
Okay, so it's not going to be also at the same time. So like
Oh.
I am EAC, CalWorks, and EOPS, so I wouldn't, like there wouldn't be a student that's a sports student that would still be registered.
No, they're behind you.
No, priority ones are not going to be harmed.
No, no one can register for a class until they do for a whole week. I doubt if that's changed.
The only thing that was added as a priority is a priority two that associated student government students
Right.
added as a priority two. And they fully defined what the priority ones were. That's the changes in the AP from what it was before.
Okay, so I believe we have a motion.
Chair, I just had a quick question.
Sure. Go ahead.
So if there's a priority two, so if it was a priority one, I'm assuming, let's just say you had register, but if you have your regular enrollment and this this is probably going to be more for, I don't know if it's for Greg or for someone else, but if you have regular enrollment, there's a day when people who don't have priority students register. But prior to that, you have all of the priority 1 students that are registering. Now, if there's a priority 2, do you have to limit the amount of days that they have to register, because now that you have to open it up to a priority 2? So if I'm an EOPS student, if I typically had 5 days, because most likely I'm working 2 jobs or I'm doing other things as well, and I had 5 days to register, but because now there's a priority 2, I'm still going to register before priority 2, but now I have 3 days to register.
You still have a week.
They'll have a week.
You still have a week. And I'll tell you, maybe it's anecdotal, but there was a young woman who I was working with in a micro community here. And she was EOPS. She didn't even know about EOPS, and she missed registration. She didn't have any classes. I told her to get in contact with the EOPS office at Oxnard College because she wants to be a firefighter. So she wanted to go to Oxnard College. The EOPS counseling, they found her all her classes, even though she'd missed priority registration, and on her own, she couldn't get a single class. She got 1 class, and she has a full schedule. They took care of her at EOPS. They know how to take care of our students. I really trust these people.
No, I think
too, and I think they kind of save room because they know somebody's going to get missed. They know that student is going to get missed.
Yes, no. Of course, the priority 1s, those we have, and those are law, and those, they get those priorities, and that's really good. I just feel that when we have a priority 2, we're choosing certain students over others. So whoever doesn't meet the criteria from all of our student population, whoever doesn't meet criteria 1, now we're choosing who does choose that, who will fit under the criteria 2. And I think that's where I'm at. If I'm not an athlete, if I'm a student who maybe I just make a little bit more, not that much more, but I didn't qualify for EOPS because different reasons. It's not like I'm making all this money. But if I'm not an athlete, and if I'm not in student government, then it's like, well, you don't get that priority, so you have to figure it out. That was my concern.
Okay.
Yeah, I get it, but there's 9 priorities.
Okay, if we can, I don't think I'm hearing anything new in the discussion now. We do have a motion on the floor, moved by Trustee McKay, seconded by Trustee Kennedy. If we may proceed with the vote then, Laura?
Trustee Kennedy?
Yes.
Trustee McKay?
Yes.
Trustee Torres?
No.
Vice Chair Chancellor?
Sorry, yes.
Chair Perez?
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez?
No.
Okay, thank you. Item 1315, action to approve board policy 5220, shower facilities for homeless students. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And this was an item, just for quick background, the Administrative Committee on Legislation had an extensive discussion on this. Chancellor, I think you were at that meeting as well, by phone, if you recall. Anyway, it was a robust discussion. And so, Trustee Torres.
And yes, and I'm going to go back to, it's the AP on 391. And the only thing is that in order for the students that are homeless to be able to use our showers, they need to be enrolled in a minimum of 6 units of coursework, and they must have paid enrollment, and it's in good standing with the district. So I know that some of these things can be left at discretion of perhaps of a good of our team at the schools. And if we have really good colleges, which we do, and maybe somebody that's nice will say, go ahead, you don't meet the criteria, but you know what, you need to take a shower, go ahead. But maybe somebody else might look at it and say, well, you know what, I don't have an AP backing me to let you take the shower, so I can't do this. And so
it says exceptions to this administrative procedure may occur on a case-by-case basis as determined. And Josh, and again, to your point of the committees, Dr. Payne walked us through how fast that happens. In less than 30 minutes from when that student walks on campus, they've gotten a clean towel, soap, shampoo, taken a shower, and they're out of there. And so we were satisfied, and I wish you could have heard how well they handle those students that come on campus and need that service, with even if they only have one unit.
Trustee Torres, did you want to continue?
Sorry.
No, I just feel like if it's Dr. Benya, he'll make sure it happens. But if he leaves, I'm hoping it's based at it's case by case basis, and it's left at the discretion of the person that's at the college to make that decision. And I kind of just wanted to see something more that it doesn't matter because it's a specific, as long as they have that one unit enrolled, because this one even says if they've paid enrollment fee. So I know that we have good people at our colleges, and I don't think they're going to turn anybody down if there's a student that wants to take a shower and they're homeless. But I wanted to also have something to back up those decisions that they make case by case basis, to knowing they made that decision, it's fine. And it also leaves it for somebody else who might be really good about saying, I don't know if I want to let you take a shower or not for different reasons. So it was just something I noticed when I was looking at the AP, and I just wanted to bring it up to the board.
I appreciate those comments. But again, like I said, those thoughts and others were identified also at the Advisory Committee on Legislation. And I think this AP is kind of in line with what was supported there. And I think we can move forward. And regarding, any student that is struggling to pay fees or whatever, we should be looking to make accommodations that make sense for the student and certainly for the district or
And
the
this is
college.
actually lowering it from 9 units to 6.
Yeah. So anyway, so we have a motion. If there is no additional comment, then Laura, would you call the roll again, please?
Trustee Kennedy?
Yes.
Trustee McKay?
Yes.
Trustee Torres?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor?
Yes.
Chair Perez?
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yes? Somebody call me?
Maybe curriculum, Trustee McKay, maybe curriculum, we could do 13.16 through 13.18. It's all great curriculum. I know great was done on it, but I think we could take it all at once.
Well, I was part of my motion.
Oh.
I went to 18.
Oh, never mind.
Okay. Well, I need a second. I didn't hear a second.
No, it's already been passed.
18 in the original one we already passed. I didn't realize we did curriculum. So
yes.
Oh, you're right. You're right. Okay.
I fell asleep at the wheel. Sorry.
Yes. Okay. All right. Let's see.
So we're at 14.01.
Consent.
No, that's consent. We're done.
There we are.
Yeah. Okay, that takes us to, because there's nothing under 19. Trustee Chancellor reports. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. There was one other item.
No.
We have the whole consent agenda to go through still.
We haven't been offered the chance to pull items from consent yet.
I'm sorry.
That's what I said. We're at 14.01.
Not we're done. We're at consent.
Yeah.
We're for approval of consent calendar.
Okay. Who has items that they'd like pulled? I know Trustee Chancellor, go ahead.
I would like to pull 15.03 and 17.03. This 1714's been pulled, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and 17.17.
Okay.
Chair,
Trustee Torres.
I'd like to pull 18.05.
Okay. Anyone else?
Oh, wait, I want to pull also 18.03.
Okay. Anyone else? If not, a motion, please.
Move approval of the consent agenda minus those items.
Okay. Second. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Laura, you've got those items that have been pulled?
Yes.
Okay, so if you call the roll on the approval of the consent calendar, except for those items?
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor,
Yes.
Chair Perez,
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez.
Yes.
Item 1503, Trustee Chancellor.
Thank you. Yes, we could please go to page 428. In item 3.03, the second paragraph reads, Vice Chair Chancellor commented on his previous request for information on retirees moving to CalPERS. Chair Perez reminded Vice Chair Chancellor that this is a closed session matter. I think it's easy to interpret that a Brown Act violation occurred there, but I watched the video multiple times and I have my very clear notes. I never requested information on retirees moving to CalPERS. I requested the item to be placed on the agenda. That's why it was mentioned in 3.03. I was very careful not to commit a Brown Act violation and discuss items from closed session. My intent was to stress the failure of our system of not getting things on the agenda. And in turn, by doing that, I listed the items that I asked for in writing and from the dais. So I never repeated anything I didn't say from the dais or from this chair where I'm sitting now. So, and I did say for the record, so I would like the list of items that I requested on May 12th to be in the minutes. And I'd also like the clear, well, the actual language that I stated there. So that's the only item I have.
I'm lost.
So
where are we?
Who's speaking?
I can't find what page we're on.
I'm sorry, page 428, item 3.03. It's the second paragraph at the very end.
So I'm hearing you say you want the minutes amended. So why don't you provide that, how the minutes should read, and we'll table this now and bring it back. Approval of these minutes.
I would just say, watch the video, because I don't have it. I mean, I could send you the link to the video, but the video's there and it's clear. Is that appropriate? I just don't want to.
We'll have staff. That can be done, but we'll have staff work with you to make sure that it's meets your intent.
Great.
Okay, so we'll table this item. Um, 1703, Trustee Chancellor.
Okay, great. So there's a couple items, both in 17.3 and I believe the other purchase order. I did ask the question ahead of time, but the first one is for on page 450. There's a lot of blanket purchase orders for custodial supplies and parts, and I've stressed this before, and I'd just like to work with Dr. El-Fattal to ensure that as a district we don't have blanket purchase orders, and I'm not getting involved in operations. I mean, fiscally responsible here to make sure that we're not, there aren't options to purchase some of these custodial items at a wholesale or through a warehouse that specifically works with colleges and public institutions for these supplies. So that's my first concern. The second concern, I was a little surprised, the second item on page 450, which is Garcia.
I'm sorry, Josh, is it 450, the page number you're saying?
Yeah, page 450 for the custodial supplies and parts. But I guess what I'm saying, I just wanted it mentioned that I'd like to work with Dr. Al-Fattal to make sure that we're, because there's numerous Home Depot purchase orders for supplies. So I just want to make sure that we'll utilize them.
And I'll be happy to do that and provide information to you. I just will state that this is, we do use wholesalers and discount firms on purchases, but we also use Home Depot. I don't know if we use Lowe's or not, but sometimes you have an emergency part, you have to get it right then at 10 o'clock at night to fix something. And so that's what that type of thing is used for.
Chair?
Trustee Kennedy?
If I heard right, I thought Trustee Chancellor was talking about 17.03.
I thought that's what I heard him ask for.
If that's the case, what he's citing a page from 1702.
And we passed that.
We've already approved.
That's right.
Okay. Well, thank you for catching that. Fortunately, there's numerous Home Depot, so we can go to page 463. That's fine. $40,000 purchase order for Home Depot for custodial supplies. This is a reoccurring. There's also on page 462 a $15,000 for Home Depot supplies. So if this is for emergency purchases, I get it. I understand emergencies are emergencies. But if this is just these two purchase orders, there's $55,000. If there are wholesale, the problem is I don't see then the wholesale purchase order to, through all of these.
Yeah. So for instance, as we've done before, we'll provide you with the receipts and so on. This particular one is it's for the whole year, so purchases may not have been done yet. But for instance, if a window breaks and they need to buy a piece of plywood 8 foot by 4 foot, they're going to go pick that up in Home Depot and they're going to put it over the window until they can get the glazer to come and replace it. So that's the type of purchases that are made with these. And again, $40,000 over the 12-month period, based on the size of our budget. Is not a lot of money necessarily for that, but I'd be happy to provide you. I'll look these up in more detail and we'll get some more information to you.
Okay.
Yeah. But is the board interested in us providing all the Home Depot?
No, thank you.
This is operations and accreditation.
I don't quite understand the issue. I don't. Access to Home Depot.
And this question, Josh, and with all due respect, you've asked this question before, as you've acknowledged, and the responses are typically the same, and with explanations having been provided in the past. And I think Dave and his team have much more important tasks in front of them, especially in these current times. So I hear a consensus again on the board not to spend any more inordinate time on Home Depot, for example.
So I call for the question on 17.03.
Okay. I'm not sure I had a motion for that one.
Yeah, 1703 is something else. It's it's more purchase.
No, but that's the one we were talking about.
Yeah, 1703, I believe, is the one that you're on right now.
Right. So I heard Larry Kennedy make a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
And that
just one question. And
go ahead.
I think would help. Josh keeps referring to like a central M&O that has these facilities, and I know K-12 has that, but we don't. Our colleges kind of all operate on their own separately, correct?
Well, I don't. Well,
I don't want to draw this out anymore.
No.
Forget I asked.
Yeah, let's not, please.
Another day.
Yes, thank you. Okay, Laura, if you call the roll, please.
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
No.
Vice Chair Chancellor,
No.
Chair Perez,
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez,
No.
Okay, item 1716, Trustee Chancellor.
Is it 16 or 17?
It was.
I heard 16.
I heard
Did I-
7.
The 17,
Which one
17.
which one did you
what I
mean,
heard.
Josh?
It was 17, but I did make a mistake, and I do realize that it's been approved. But I do have a question in regards to a purchase.
Which one are we talking about?
Can we please go back to page 450?
I'd rather not. It's been voted on. It's been acted on. If you have additional questions, please reach out to Vice Chancellor El-Fattal.
Okay, I did do that, and the reason why is I thought as a board we gave very clear direction that we were not going to continue using Garcia Hernandez law firm, and there's an added purchase order to do that. So
that's been answered. He answered that specific question that you presented. So if we can move forward to, is it 1716 that you raised or 1717?
He said 1717, Chair.
Okay. Trustee Chancellor, motion please. This is for the approve the dual enrollment MOU with the Oxnard Union High School District.
Second.
I'm sorry, who moved?
Diane
McKay.
Okay. Trustee Chancellor.
Sure, and I didn't pull 1716 as well, but this question may pertain to it. It has to do with background checks that all educators have to do. So if a VCCCD employee is going to teach on one of our K-12 partners, do they have to get a go through fingerprinting and background check, because that's not in the MOU?
Yeah, so the K-12 district would control that, and we have our own fingerprinting and so on, but the K-12 district would control that, and they should have policies in place that anybody on their campus, volunteers, outside instructors, board members, etc., have to have fingerprints to be on the campus doing that kind of work.
That language wouldn't need to be in the MOU?
It would not. That's an operational policy at each district. They do it differently.
Okay. Did we ever, I know I brought it up during agenda setting, but did we get clarification? Because there's a lot of operational things in this MOU.
Yes, so I clarified, I spoke to Oxnard College. I also spoke to our contracts department. I have the agreement that was voted on and approved by the Oxnard Union High School District, and they had struck out some things. So all of those, this contract that's coming forward to you has been agreed to with the changes that the high school district wanted.
That's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions, Laura?
Trustee Kennedy,
Yes.
Trustee McKay,
Yes.
Trustee Torres,
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor,
Yes.
Chair Perez,
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez,
Yes.
Thank you. Item 1803, action to approve the establishment of an associate vice chancellor. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mary Kennedy moved, Trustee McKay second. Trustee Torres.
Yes, and the reason I brought this one is because it came through the Administrative Services Committee, and then I got a little bit more of information on the position, but then I also, once I was reading the reports from the different colleges, I became more aware of what we have within the colleges, and we have really strong individuals really doing really good work, and they have the committees, and there you have researchers, you have institutional effectiveness. I mean, you have really strong teams, and I didn't know that before. And so I with this position in particular, I was trying to understand. I was at first, I didn't think we had all those supports at the colleges, and this position was something that I looked at. Great, this is something at the district level, they can work within the different colleges, and that was my understanding as far as with the information I knew. Thankfully, because of the reports that were presented to us, and I read through them thoroughly, all three of them, I'm able to know that they're strong. Like, they have teams, they come together, they work, and I'm not really seeing this position in terms of a need as much as I saw it, or because I didn't know there was all these other places or all these other things in place already within our colleges. So again, like I mentioned, through this report, I realized all the supports, the people that are doing the work that's been already ongoing. We have CTE teams, we have workforce. I mean, we have everything within each one of the colleges. Real strong. You have strong faculty, strong classified. You have management coming together within these committees and putting things in place. And I'd rather look into spending the money for this position, going back into the colleges to do that work, because they're the ones that are coming to let us know what are those areas that they need supports in. And they're already doing a lot of that work, and they're building those partnerships. And I was able to gather all of this through the reports. So that's the only reason why I don't feel inclined to support it. And it was because of these reports. Otherwise, if I had not read these reports, I would have been saying I want to support this position. But that's the reason why.
Okay, thank you.
So just to clarify real quick, that this is funded out of the district office budget. So we get our own allocation that comes to the district office, and we have priorities on how to use the dollars there. So this has been determined as a priority, and we've had discussions district-wide about it. And if we don't use the money here, that money doesn't go to the colleges. It still stays at the district. So that's not really a rationale for not approving it. And this position can actually help with generating FTES out at the colleges. It's also going to help with supporting the development and implementation of grants and bringing in more of those, which is critical at a time when we're looking at revenue reduction. So I still strongly recommend the board to support this position. And this will, ultimately replace a director position that's in EWD. So it's in line with work that we've gotten through the consultant recommendations, as well as discussions across the district. And that's the CBT work, as well as our IEPI project work as well.
Sure.
Are there any?
Yes.
Let me ask if there are other comments, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Trustee Kennedy, yes.
The position should be countywide, and the reason is the workforce community boards like VCCCD, EDCVC, the WIOA board are all countywide. And I believe that Trustee Torres is correct. At each college, they have some really good people, and they're doing the best they can, but they can't really look at it for the whole county. And that's what makes our actually community college district so strong in economic development, because we cover the whole county. So, and they can work with the Office of Education. I think this is critical that we look at this as an ability to keep our name there and to generate more grants and funding. So I believe this is really important, and it does follow through the IEPI team report.
Okay. Trustee Chancellor.
So, Chancellor, you mentioned that it's going to be replacing a director position. Is that the position on page 591 that is currently vacant?
Let's see, I have to pull that page up. Hold on.
Okay.
It's replacing the Director of Economic and Workforce Development.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Larry.
So I'm just wondering if that position's going to be replaced, then this organization chart should be changed.
Mm-hmm.
Because this reads that there's 2 vacancies and that's needed. Because this organization,
Right.
those are separate positions with separate duties and separate job descriptions.
Yeah, we can correct that.
I asked this question last month, and so is this position, was it included in our current budget? And we didn't get an answer to that.
Yeah. So Dave, I'll let you, answer that, because again, this position was developed during the course of the year and there's money in the budget for that. But Dave, why don't you go ahead?
There's money available in the budget. The director position was in the budget, but not the associate vice chancellor. But with the director vacant, there is a difference, but there is money in the overall budget to cover that.
Is this
it wasn't budgeted from the beginning of the year for the associate vice chancellor, if that's your question.
Sure. What is it in the tentative budget for next year?
It's not in the tentative budget, I don't believe. I'll double check that, for next week, but it will be built into the adopted budget.
Okay. So I hear Greg, or Chancellor Gillespie, I hear you loud and clear that, and I've spoken numerous times in regards to the importance of this position, in particular to bringing in revenue, but it's very hard to approve an associate vice chancellor position without seeing the budget, or at the very least seeing budget scenarios. I know we say we have the money now, and that's great, but my concern is next year, as we're district-wide being asked to make significant cuts, entertain certain different scenarios with cuts, 8%, 10%, whatever it is. I just need, for myself, I would need to see that. Like, that's a key component of a new position of this magnitude, is to see the budget. So for me, I can't support it until I see the budget that backs up and says definitively we can afford this.
So this is a priority position, and we will continue to have the dollars to support it, because there's a number of board set goals in our district strategic plan that are related to workforce development, career education, and this position critically supports those. And we need this level of support now more than ever, both with revenue generation as well as being well organized and working effectively to maintain and build our career education programs and enrollments, and make sure we have people who have been displaced out of jobs getting trained. So, it's a priority to fund and move forward, but I think, that's all I'll have to say at this point.
Chair,
Okay, Trustee Torres.
I just, unlike the colleges, when positions are brought forward to us, that they've gone through a process and there's recommendations that are made. We don't have that at the district office, and I know that's something we discussed before. So at the district office, there is no participatory process or governance where you have stakeholders. So maybe I said colleges, but maybe there's other needs within the district, but we're not here. There is no process to know what that is. What Trustee Chancellor was mentioning is it's good to be able to know the budget, but for me, it's also the data of how it looks like to demonstrate that there's this need. So, and I say that because already a lot of what builds our reputation are the colleges. The colleges is what makes a district. So the district is made up of Moorpark, Oxnard, and Ventura. And if we're succeeding in doing well in those 3 colleges, that makes us look good. And so to me, that's why when I mention about positions, this is a huge position. This is not a director, it's an associate. And so to me, I'm looking at this as I also want the information in terms of how did we come to this point to be priority 1? What do we determine our priority 1 positions? What information have we gathered to demonstrate with the budget and the data that this is a need, because there's already a lot of work that's being done within the colleges in doing this level of work. And so at the district level, I'm trying to understand it, because the reputation that we have comes from how our students are performing within the colleges. That's what makes a district. So I feel like at this particular, I mean, maybe you have that information and that can come back to us, but at this moment, because I don't have it, I don't feel comfortable. Maybe you have it and you can say, okay, I'll present it and we can move forward. But that's where I'm at, given that I read these reports to support, I feel this way.
So the district for the first time did actually do program reviews this fall. Not all areas got them completed yet. However, institutional effectiveness did. This is a key part of their program review, just as the marketing communications area have done it, HR's done it, and they're doing a consultant study now. So it was looked at. It's been, again, prioritized and discussed through cabinet there as well. It's a recommendation, again, through both the IEPI program as well as the collaborative brain trust work. So there's a lot of supportive background information on the need for the position. But again, I don't think I need to keep going over. Because you're going to vote how you're going to vote. So,
Trustee McKay, did I hear you call out or no?
I think this is I think this is a position that's needed. It's been justified for a while. We've had this, and it's been shown to be lacking, and so I'm in support of it.
Okay, we've heard from everybody, so we have a motion on the floor. Laura, you call the roll, please.
Chair, I have one quick question.
A quick question.
Thanks. So with the budget, and I know we don't have it and we can't see it right now, but can we definitively say in next year's budget that we're not going to have any layoffs at the district office?
That's an unfair question, Chair.
We don't need to respond to that question. Okay, I don't know what you're trying to prove with asking that kind of a question, Trustee Chancellor. I get your point. I get your concern, and you raise a lot of valid questions, budgetary and fiscal, but that's not on point here. We've heard the Chancellor explain, and Vice Chancellor El Fattal explain the process that we're in the midst of the budget, and we'll be looking forward when we get to the adopted budget and the ability to cover this position at this time.
As long as there's equity. Oh, I'm sorry.
If we will proceed with calling the roll, please.
Trustee Kennedy?
Yes.
Trustee McKay?
Yes.
Trustee Torres?
No.
Vice Chair Chancellor?
No.
Chair Perez?
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez?
No.
Okay, item 1805, the EEO report. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Trustee Torres.
Yes, and so what I wanted to point out is what we talked about during our Administrative Services Committee. So if you take a look, it's going to be towards here. It's the PowerPoint that talks about just the breakdown of ethnicity. How does it look like for our district? And it starts, I believe, like at page 865, I believe.
What page?
867, the VCCCD hiring demographics, and their data from fall 2014 to 2018. So in this report, if you take a look at it, it pretty much just does a breakdown in terms of the ethnicity. How does it look like both just in general for our campuses, and it also does a breakdown.
I'm sorry, I don't know what page we're on.
870.
870.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
So it does break down in terms of the district-wide, it does it by college, it does it by part-time faculty, full-time faculty. It provides the same information classified. So you'll see throughout this whole PowerPoint that it does it desegregates it pretty well. One of the things that I pointed it out during our committee is that I wanted to, that a lot of work went into this. And so I'm very appreciative for all of the efforts of all of the team of putting it together. And due to their efforts, I was able to look at it and just ask that it could be desegregated a little bit more. So when it does a breakdown of the gender, I wanted it to also let us know in terms of ethnicity, how does that look like? I'm curious to know there's an increase of women that have been hired into our district, and if they can provide the ethnicity of how that looks like. I also asked if we can look at instructional faculty and the counseling faculty separately, because they're all together. But if you look at a lot of our counseling faculty, it's pretty diverse. And so I'm interested in seeing how the instructional faculty, what the breakdown of that is. And so I asked if they can desegregate the information a little bit more. And I know that at the conferences with the CCLC, I went to a couple of workshops and they were talking about the importance of desegregating the data and to really looking into it more. So you have more of an idea in terms of the hiring process, the diversity, how does that look like? So when I looked at this, that's one of the things that I noticed. And so I wanted to bring it up. And Greg mentioned at the meeting that they're more than happy to desegregate it if it's something that we want as a board. And they can just look at that information and we can do it. So I think it's beneficial because it gives us a true picture of where things look like. And as we have heard from the different town halls that we had our presidents present, students were saying that they were looking for faculty that looked more like them. And so I think if we separate counseling from instructional faculty, it gives us a little bit more of an idea of how that looks like. So that's pretty much what I just wanted to point out and what I had mentioned to Greg.
They're gonna, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Trustee McKay.
If they're going to go back in and disaggregate the data, and it's possible, not just the gender and ethnicity, but what they teach, to make sure that if there's females of color teaching STEM, to me has a different value than females teaching English. I just would like to see that we have, how, if we're going to disaggregate it, let's disaggregate it and look at it.
Good comment.
Yeah. So again, any work on the data is going to be a little while because.
Oh yeah, no, I get it. I just as we look at the road, if you're going to disaggregate it more, let's really look at it.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point because I think the diversity dashboard was a good start, but now we expand out from there, and it's just going to take a little while till we get some capacity there to be able to do that.
When do you anticipate that to happen, Greg? Because right now, I know there's June 23rd, there's going to be our strategic planning and going over a couple of other things. And so do you know when we can get that information? Because I know that this information it's critical to us moving forward. And so I just want to make sure that this is something that it's received as a priority, because as we're looking into hiring a Vice Chancellor of Human Resources coming, this is information that that person needs in order to start looking into what are the needs of our college. So I know it's work, but if it's a priority, then we can look at it. So I just want to point that out, that this is priority with what's happening and coming along our district.
Yeah, I'll have to talk with Larry and John Cooney and just see how much work's involved with the further disaggregation. Maybe it's not too bad to separate out the two faculty groups. I don't know. I can't give you a time right now.
I don't know.
Maybe you can just send a memo to the board as soon as you know what that timeline might be.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Gabi. Excuse me, Trustee Torres. If there are no other comments or questions, then we have a motion on the floor. Laura, if you'd call the roll.
Trustee Kennedy?
Yes.
Trustee McKay?
Yes.
Trustee Torres?
Yes.
Vice Chair Chancellor?
Yes.
Perez?
Yes.
Student Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay, that brings us to item 20, trustee reports. Trustee Torres, you can lead off.
I didn't have any reports, just saying that I'm looking forward to the conversation taking place tomorrow. That you will be present, and I am to listen to the needs and to be of support, and feel just very honored to be in that space to have that conversation.
I'm looking forward to it as well. Trustee Chancellor.
Very briefly, you know, a lot of, we had, I think, a pretty good conversation with COVID and where we're going. But one thing that a number of students and some employees have reached out is, as COVID is, as we're, you know, plowing through COVID, that's probably not the best way to say it, as we're dealing with COVID, a lot of jobs have truly changed, right? And one area that's been brought to life is counseling. And I say that because I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'll say it in this way: are counselor ratios to counselors to students equitable at all of our colleges? I'd like to kind of talk about that at a later time, but also discuss how counseling perhaps has changed with COVID and the time that is required with that. I look forward to continuing conversations that we've had tonight. And thanks. Happy summer for those of us lucky enough to have a summer break.
Thank you. Trustee McKay.
He got the wrinkly nose because I don't have a summer break. I just wanted to, thank President Hoffman's and the Chancellor and the nursing staff. We have had an ongoing issue where some students came and spoke to the board on a couple of occasions. And to close that loop, because I think that we really did, at least I feel comfortable closing the loop and going all the way and talking to the faculty at Ventura College, at the nursing faculty, as to how that program is run, the extra things that we do for students and all of those things. And on behalf of those faculty who weren't able to ever come and speak to us on their own, that they did reach out to speak to us, because it was a public meeting, that they were called out a few times on some pretty extreme things. And I feel like that was really vetted out, and I feel really comfortable with the program at Ventura College and how it's being operated. And I can see why you can always see why questions were brought up. And I just want to say that at this point, on behalf of that faculty and the people that run that program, that I feel like the right courses were taken, their options have been given, and I just wanted to, that's kind of all I can say about it. And again, I want to appreciate everybody's work on COVID. Like I said, I had different thoughts on policies that I saw 6 weeks ago, just because of the changes that happen. And I imagine in 6 weeks from now, things change so much. So I just appreciate that everyone kind of rolls with it, because there's just, it's a thing that none of us have dealt with before. I have a really small company, and I can barely figure out how to bring my employees back into the building and work. So I can't even imagine what, as much as we say we want it to happen at the colleges, we actually know that is a gigantic ask. And so, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Kennedy.
Yes. I'm concerned because I think our meetings are not running as efficiently as they could. And, I implore my fellow trustees to ask questions before the meeting, And it seems like I'm hearing trustees say, I read this and I read that, and this is neat. And I'd like to speak too, but I think if I don't even get a chance to talk because so much is being said by other people that, you know, I feel like I don't want to take any more time. And it would really help if you ask these questions ahead of time. And yeah, I want to say goodbye to people, but there's just, you know, there isn't any time. And so somehow we need to get these meetings more efficient. The other thing that bothers me is we're just getting too far into operations. We hired a manager and we have, my gosh, we have shared governance with these committees, you know, administrative, the Chancellor's Cabinet, the Chancellor's President Council, the Chancellor's Ministry. It's been through all these for a whole month. And we're acting like they don't even, I mean, not like they don't know what they're doing, but like we need to know why they're doing it. But really, the thing I learned is nose in, hand off. You know, this is an operations issue, and they keep coming up in our meetings, and I'm concerned for our accreditation.
Thank you. Well, I'll bear my responsibility for the length of our meetings and inefficiencies. I'm trying to still find that happy balance between allowing for trustee participation and yet not allowing overbearing or lengthy repetitive discussion. So, and I just want to, it deserves emphasizing or making special note of the transformational milestone accomplishment of the agreement with AFT, and we still have some follow-up work to do in responding to the impacts of that with the retirees, but we will be doing that. But it's in the best interest of the district and the employees, and I say that with the resounding vote affirming the contract by faculty, much as SEIU overwhelmingly approved their contract as well. And you know, it was not without effort, and I think we should feel good about that, and time will tell. Chancellor.
Yes, I just would again like to thank the colleges for all that you've been doing to provide forums for your students and employees to really be talking about racial and social justice, and really being committed to not just talking about it, but really creating some actionable things that we can do to serve our students better. You know, it's really sad that we even have to say the names George Floyd, Rayshard Brooks, and think about people being killed for reasons that they didn't have to. And, you know, it's unfortunate that those things have had to happen to bring our country to the point of recognizing that we have to deal with injustices that are there. And I'm grateful for our colleges and the courageous conversations that are happening. And I really think our challenge is to not only address these things on our colleges, but really address them in our greater society as well, so that when the students leave our campuses, which we can create to be pretty safe places, I feel that they're also going into a just place when they move out into the community, and they have the skills and abilities and backgrounds to continue this movement that started to a much better place once they get out there and are active in the community. So just thanks for all your efforts with that. It's a lot of challenging things that are occurring in our colleges, in our communities right now, but I'm just grateful that all three of our colleges are really sites of support, care, and opportunity for so many in our community. So thanks for all that you're doing, and trustees, thanks for the work you do to support all of us as well.
Chair Perez.
Trustee McKay.
I just wanted to, Assembly Member Irwin put out about the antibody testing, or they're looking at micro communities, and it's through Oxnard Fire Department. If anyone wants to get their COVID antibody testing to see if by chance you are really trying to figure out, because some of these micro communities have not had the disease, and so they're just trying to get any science behind that we can. And then my always reminder, it's not too late if you haven't done the census online. Oxnard's the city of Oxnard has the lowest percentage of people that have done it online, so anything anyone can do over at Oxnard College, students and stuff, to encourage people to go online and do the census. It really makes a difference when you talk about education funding and that kind of stuff. So those are my two cheerleading gotta do's.
Thank you. Item 2003, future board items. Don't have any. Trustee Chancellor?
You know, I'm going to channel Trustee Kennedy's comments here. And I agree with you, Trustee Kennedy. I think there's some things that we can do to improve efficiency at these meetings. And I'd like to talk about it at our strategic planning meeting, but because I have a lot of ideas that I think would increase the efficiency and the functionality of these meetings, particularly in a greater involvement of the chancellor reaching out to trustees to authentically review these agendas offline and ahead of time. It's an investment. And I think that investment needs to happen. So that is one item. I don't know how it would be titled. I'll leave that up to Chair Perez. But you know, maybe just meeting efficiency can be on the strategic planning that we have coming up. Because I agree with you, Trustee Kennedy. I think there are some things that we can do working together to accomplish that goal.
Okay, that's encouraging. Trustee Torres.
I wanted to really thank Lorena and Trustee Ashley for their comments, and they were so helpful, and they really make such an impact and influence, because part of the reason we had a long discussion was because you brought in a different perspective that had you not brought that perspective, we wouldn't have discussed it. And so I just wanted to thank you, because it's 11:42 and I'm seeing that you're still here present, and that inspired me, because that's a social justice work, and that's when you're so committed. And I will tell you that I would look at your faces the whole time as that inspiration and the work that you're doing. And so I'm so happy that Chair Perez invited you, Lorena. I am so happy he did that. And I just want to also let our chair know that I really appreciated this meeting, because it allowed voices to be heard, and that's important. And we heard from our academic senate, from classified senate, we heard district reports. There was a lot of really good information. And so when you go back and if you look at this meeting, you'll notice that a lot of the discussion was pretty much about just reports and highlighting great things. There were a couple of things that we maybe saw differently, but it didn't take as much time. So when you go back, you realize that today's meeting was enriched because there was really good conversations. And I wanted to point that out, because I appreciate that you allow our voice to be heard. I know it's a tough spot, but I am grateful and appreciative of it, and I wanted you to know that. And when you look back, you'll see that this particular meeting was longer, but it was longer because there was a lot of goodness that was shared in conversations, and we talked about our town halls, about what's occurring with the racism. It was where things were addressed, presidents were able to share reports. So I just wanted to let you know that that this meeting was different and it was really good. And I appreciate everybody's comments. And And thank you for your leadership and bringing in our students, bringing in Lorena. It was huge. Ashley coming in and making some decisions. And so thank you for everything. Thank you to everyone. And I just wanted to make sure that was expressed as well.
All right, thank you. Well, that brings us then to adjournment, and we will be adjourning in the memory of three individuals, and they are Lawrence Larry Barata, former Ventura College kinesiology instruction and swimming coach, whose teams won numerous local and state championships. Yvonne Gallegos Bodel Mason, former Ventura College business and accounting instructor, who was also active statewide as an appointed member of the California Community College Board of Governors, the State Teachers Retirement System Board of Administration, and the Ventura County Board of Education. And when I first joined the board, and maybe Trustee McKay remembers as well, if she had the occasion, Yvonne was one of the members that met, retiree members that met with me, prior to the board meetings on a monthly basis.
Me too.
Yeah, all right. And then the third one is Karen Van Cleve, former district financial aid supervisor responsible for the accounting and fiscal reporting of the college's federal financial aid programs. And on that somber note, then, this meeting is adjourned, and everyone stay healthy and stay safe. Good night.
Good night.
Night. Thanks, Bernardo.
Right.
Good night, all.